read about them, so that would be something which he would have seen coming up in his rear mirror and wanting to get past. And obviously Mission Motorsport did probably cost him 2 or 3 seconds just in that 3/4 of a lap, so I can definitely see why there'd be a bit of an impatience there.
Well, it's sometimes a bit tricky to try and find the balance, but of course when it comes to lap traffic, you've got to respect it. I mean, you've seen so many top guys, whether it's sim racing or real racing, getting caught out by lap traffic, either being a little bit careless or whether it's a bit of a misjudgment by the faster car. But you know, at the same time, it's got to be a two-way thing. It's got to be a case of, you know, the faster car's got to be sensible. At the same time, the slower car's got to cooperate.
Yeah, the drivers will see a blue flag, obviously, on their sim here as well. So the Mission Motorsport driver would have known he was there. And the Mission Motorsport drivers are quite a few laps down, so they could have maybe just moved over and let them through. But there you go, they're here to race, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, race indeed, and we're now coming up to, it's 2 hours 20 minutes here, so coming up towards the 2.5 hour mark, so to speak. We've still got a little bit of time to go, but it's been a fairly eventful race. It hasn't been the craziest, but it's certainly had its moments. It's certainly produced some high drama at certain points, maybe enough to keep the Type 100 on the edge of his seat, possibly, but there's a possibility there. Looking now at where things are, looking at this gap, it's still pretty steady between Purple Helmets and Team Misfits. It looks that Purple Helmets has now got the rhythm and just holding on, it seems, although it looks to be a pretty even match between the Ferrari and the Viper. So this should be quite a fascinating battle if these two do come to blows once again, because they had a great battle earlier on when they were fairly nose to tail. When they had Andrew Ashton, I think it may have been Callum Cripps at the wheel of that car. Yeah, those two were dueling away. And some of these cars, they will run with driver aids. Of course, it'll be ABS they'll probably all be running with. Also, traction control is an option. Stability control is an option as well if they want it. But I guess it depends on driving style, doesn't it, Dan, in terms of what they prefer and what they drive best with in terms of how the car feels. Yeah,
exactly. I know in our team, Piers and John are running different assist levels as well. So different drivers, different preferences. And what we've been talking about Mission Motorsport and accidents, there's been a driver change for the Barracuda car with Nathan Burton getting behind the wheel of that one, so driver change for them as well, which we've missed.
Excellent stuff. Well, I think possibly I might have to call the service of Mr. Sanson in a second to come back. So on that side of things. And as very kind of GTP Bambi is saying, these guys are great with their commentary. Well, thank you very much for that. That's it's good to know. At least, good to know there's one person out there that appreciates it. We're not being nice today. We're only being jovial. But you're listening, of course, to Downforce Radio and also providing commentary on the live stream for the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril here at the Simply Race Centre in Milton Keynes. Still in the lead is the number 12 Simply Ace Corvette C7R, but leads by quite a way on lap 87 or after 87 laps here at Estoril, with the Friction Racing Aston Martin almost about a minute behind. As Misfits, I think, is actually putting a lap on the Mangoes Racing Porsche because he's actually showing a 6th on the road, so that's a car that's now a lap behind. Simply Ace leads by 55 seconds from Friction Racing. A further 13 seconds back is Downforce Racing in 3rd, and then we've got Team Race Logic and Purple Helmets on the same lap, but 2 laps back behind the leader. This is the Simply Race 24 Hours, and we'll take a quick break and back in a couple of minutes. Well, hopefully we'll probably have Jake Sampson jumping back in on the commentary duties, probably alongside Dan to continue on. So stay tuned. We'll be back after these messages.
Welcome back into the Thrustmaster 24 Hours here at the Simply Race Simulator venue in Milton Keynes in Great Britain. And what a fantastic race we are having here in the 24 Hours. And just as I say that, that was a very nasty moment there as the battle between the Purple Helmets and Team Misfits got a little bit too close for comfort. But fair play to Team Misfits in the Dodge Viper. Went straight into the back of the Ferrari going into turn 3. But managed to save some time and wait. And there's been a two-car prank just in front. The Mission Motorsport Aston and the Race Logic Ferrari. I think they've waited until I've come back on comms, Dan, to get this sorted. Yeah, it's Jake Sanson and Dan Blake with you for the next section of the Simply Race 24. And the action has just about kick-started again with Purple Helmets and Team Misfits in 4th and 5th now. It was a battle for 5th position. Now it's a battle for 4th because Team Race Logic, just in front of these two at one point, have just been caught out by the Mission Motorsport Aston. And it has well and truly kicked off this race once again. We're just about 2.5 hours in, and we've got more to do. Oh, and that's the Misfits Viper running very wide there, grass tracking round the outside on the run to the left-hander, and that's really hampered them badly. Race Logic and the Ferrari really coming back to them very strongly now, Dan.
Yeah, it's a 3-car battle. It's 2.5 hours into this race, and we've got a nice 3-car battle shaping up. Mission Motorsport again involved in making a bit of drama for us here, but 3-car battle, and we saw before, the Viper was very quick in the straights, but in those corners, the Ferrari seems to be a bit more nimbler, but it's that thing we've got to watch again, the straights versus the corners. The Viper managed to hold in front of the Ferrari last time, and now we've got 2 Ferraris against 1 Viper. It's a bit of a prancing horse sandwich.
It's a really difficult situation to get in when you have that little bit of a moment as well, because you're desperately trying to hang on to the car around you. You're in that rhythm, and all it takes is just one little glitch of concentration or whatever it is, and you suddenly have to wind yourself back into the rhythm all over again. You kind of have to remember exactly what it was you were doing to get yourself in the position in the first place. It's really, it's re-rolled the dice, hasn't it, for these 3? Purple Helmets, Team Misfits and Team Race Logic. They're in a 3-way fight for 4th position, 2 laps off the leader. But anybody could get this, and let's not forget that these 3 teams are battling for a position on the podium long term. So they've got to be thinking about, you know, how do they play it at this point in the race? They just need to keep it going as much as is possible. So time has obviously moved on a little bit from last time I was on. Drivers are all very different in the cars compared to what they were. Simply Ace are still out in front. It's now Brad Philpott in the car, the Rock Factor champion from the Race of Champions in 2015. The man who beat Sebastian Vettel at style, so there you go, and that's official, and he'll never be able to claim that that's something he can do now. Seb Vettel, Seb who? Friction Racing in 2nd position as well now in the Aston. We're on board with the Race Logic Ferrari, currently being driven by Sam Newland. Sam Newland is in the Ferrari at the moment. He's the 3rd driver, I think, to get behind the car after Johnny Holman and the man who started the race, Jesper Pedersen. So now it is Newland in the car, and they're running in 6th position. 3rd place behind Friction Racing, which currently has Chris Hardwick in the car. So Chris Hardwick in 2nd place. 3rd place is Downforce Racing with Piers Pryor at the wheel. 4th position now the Purple Helmets, and their man currently in the car is Calvin Dent. So Calvin Dent is there in 4th place. Team Misfits in the Eureka-looking Viper are in P5. Their driver now, of course, is David Williams, very talented racer that you've gone up against on more than a few occasions, Dan.
Yeah, David Williams, if it's the same David Williams when I race a Formula 3 Series driver, and that is the main championship when I race in Formula 1 with the $10,000 prize fund for the winner. So top level racing. That's the same series we see names Gregor Hootsy and Hugo Louise. So definitely that is, as far as Formula 1 goes, prestigious. It is the same David Williams putting in a good stint here. And as I was saying before, really, the battle between the Viper and the Aston, very intriguing. Looks like the Viper is starting to integrate a bit closer to the Purple Helmets car.
Absolutely. Just had a couple of questions on the feed. So we've got a bit of a chat thing going on the YouTube, which you can access via our website, by the way, downforce-radio.co.uk. We have the YouTube feed on there as well. as the radio commentary. Lots of compliments about us, which is always very nice. We're not going to be big-headed and read those, but we have had a comment from GTB Bambi on the YouTube feed. Are all 12 cars in the same class, or is there a multi-class aspect? It's a good question. They are all in exactly the same class, so there's no inter-class battles going on. It is literally all for one and one for all. So all 12 teams are going at it hammer and tongs in the hope that they will come out on top. So Team Misfits, as we stated, is David Williams in the car. Race Logic at this point, Race Logic Sam Newland in the Ferrari in 6th position. 7th place, I believe, is still the Mangoes Racing team in the Porsche. Yes, it is. We're just looking at Race Logic there with Sam Newland in the car. Then we look towards 7th position, the Porsche, a little way back behind them. Mangoes Racing has Chris Hughes in the car at the moment in 7th place in the Porsche. Then 8th position just after them. Now, I think that's still going to be no, it won't be the Barracuda Porsche, will it? But they haven't quite made up the ground that they were expecting to. I wouldn't be surprised if 8th position is currently the 111 Ferrari. We have seen quite a lot of change in the front order, but it's worth noting that the battle for 4th position, that 3 or 4 car battle, Purple Helmets, Misfits and Race Logic, they are 2 laps off the lead at present. The 111 Ferrari it is, who are in 8th place. And it's Grant Edwards who's in the car at the moment. Is that Grant? No, I think I might have forgot the wrong name there. It's Greg, my apologies. It's handwriting after 2 hours, I'm very tired. Oh yes, that is a bit of a tax slapper moment there for the Misfits. Storming Camel BMW, they're still there in 9th position in front of Barracuda. 2 different drivers compared to what we saw earlier on in those cars. It is Carlo Turner and Nathan Burton are in those cars, by the way. Then it is the red shirts, 11th position. Thomas Herbert's in the car, and then Chris Yates is in the Mission Motorsport Aston at the moment. So every team has changed at least once. Most have actually changed twice, although Bradley Philpott out in front, and in 2nd position the Aston Martin of the Friction Racing team with their driver at the wheel of Chris Hardwick. They have only made 1 driver change, as is in 3rd position the Downforce team with Piers Pryor behind the wheel. Dan, you're looking to make your stint in a short while with the car. What is your game plan, looking at how the race is playing so far? How are you going to play it?
Just got to try and keep it conservative. It's a 24-hour race. There's no need to make any real sort of rash decisions. We've seen a couple of drivers maybe get a little bit hot-headed, and it's been to their detriment. So just keep it on the track, really, because if you can keep it on the track, you might be a little bit slower, but I'm sure as my stint goes on, I'll get a bit more confident. I've only done 3 or 4 laps in practice, so it's the first time I've seen this current combination with the car, the sim and the track, so I'm sure as my stint goes on, I get stronger, and I think it's a story for many people here today. They've probably not done as much practice as some, unless you're like Michael Epps and Brad Philpott. I'm sure done a lot of testing, but yeah, they can do the testing, so fair play to them. But it's something which will be interesting to see how it goes on, and I'm really looking forward to getting into the car at the moment. The guys are doing a great job at the moment. Piers and John putting some really good stints, and there's Scott and Tom to go in front of me, I think. But yeah, really looking forward to it, and hopefully we'll get a good result out of it. There's some rather nice trophies behind us, and if we can get one of those, I think that'll be the perfect end to the weekend.
Just seen Julian Thomas over my shoulder, actually, one of the Race Logic drivers. He's actually a Fun Cup driver for V-Box Race Logic. Oh, we got a yellow flag up at turn 5. Now, who is that? That's the Red Shirts Porsche that's gone wide. So a bit of an incident there for the Red Shirts Porsche. And I think what that means now long term is that that's going to cost them a fair bit of time. They've actually just dropped to within a lap of the Mission Motorsport team, so that's not as great as they would like it to be. I think those two are kind of tagging a fight for the wooden spoon, aren't they, those two teams? And they're doing a fair job, I suppose, and this is not a very easy form of motor racing to get used to. And this is one of the things I find really quite fascinating about this form of motor racing. Everybody seems to think, well, it's a video game, therefore it's going to be as easy as pie. Well, no, because I've been playing video games since 1997, and this is probably the toughest one I've ever taken on. So you can't really call it a video game. It is as close to motor racing without actually being trackside. So they're actually finding it really, really tough, the drivers out there. And let's not forget the drivers that are racing in this are proper racing drivers. You know, the Race Logic team have got Julian Thomas, who races in Fun Cup. We've got a fair few drivers, yourself who races in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, Dan, and Piers Pryor, who's hoping to be an MSA Formula this year if the budget comes together. And we know, of course, that John Munro is going to be racing in the Bart Mazdas this year on the Max 5 Championship. And Bradley Philpott, well, we know now he's going to be doing the Silverstone 24 Hours later this year. So these are professional racing drivers that we're watching here. This is, you know, Michael Epps as well for Team Hard in the Volkswagen Racing Cup, of course. So, you know, these are no slouches taking this on. These are professional drivers with some good training.
Yeah, also you got the Mango's drivers as well from the MSV Track Day Trophy as well. And I think you'll find most of the teams in this race actually do have a driver from real life racing in there as well. And it just shows the calibre of driver that Simply Race have been able to attract to the event.
That's because of all the hard work that these guys do, you know, to actually give a realistic opportunity, and that is the 111 Ferrari being lapped there by the Purple Helmets car. So a little bit of a mistake there from 111, and that has brought Purple Helmets back up onto track position. They are now 4th position, as we know. There's the downforce Aston, and the Race Logic Ferrari now in front of Misfits. Now, we didn't see where that happened, but the Race Logic Ferrari has got through past the Misfits. And if I know David Williams, and you know David Williams better than I do, that's not going to stay that way for long.
No, especially as we say, the Viper was quick in a straight line, and yeah, David Williams, I think it's the same David Williams, I'm not sure. I might be totally bigging up somebody who isn't who I think he is, but we'll soon find out. But yeah, if it is the same David Williams, I think it is, he will fight extremely hard to get that position back, and that's something I look forward to seeing here, because we're just about 2.5 hours into this race, and we've just gone past that 2.5 hour mark, and it's really looking like we could have some fantastic battles throughout the race for positions. David Williams a lot closer there. He made a great exit to turn 1. There's a little dive down the inside there with the Race Logic car, but the Race Logic car's got wide, and this battle is shaping up rather nicely.
Williams having a look at Newland in this fantastic battle for 5th position, and here we go again. We had that magnificent tussle in the first hour between Michael Epps and Jesper Pedersen. Oh, big mistake on the way out of the 4th corner there for the Misfits Viper. How on earth did they manage to keep that from going into the barrier? That is incredibly fast reflex action there from the Misfits driver there. So somehow Newland is going to be able to hold off Williams for a little bit longer, but Williams really pushing hard here to try and close back up on Newland, who, let's be honest, has done a very, very good job in this stint. The V-Box Race Logic Ferrari still doing well, but now they've got a little bit of an issue in front of them. That is the Mango's Racing Porsche in front in 8th position. They're actually about to be lagged by the... Oh, that's a big mistake from Newland in the Race Logic Ferrari. He clips the Misfits Viper. That is a terrible moment there. He lost the back end, desperately tried to bring the car back onto the circuit and clip the Misfits Viper as he went by. That is a very big moment, and I would not be surprised. I don't think that's his own fault, but you have to say, considering he spun into the Viper, I would not be surprised if he got a penalty for that.
I think we may see those drivers switch places. We saw earlier where there was an incident between the downforce car and the friction car, and although that wasn't intentional, I think that the Team Race Logic driver will have to take some responsibility for that one. I think there's an appeal being made right now, actually, in fact, for that one.
I would not at all be surprised if there's a penalty for the Race Logic Ferrari. I mean, you could argue once he got wide, there really wasn't anything he could do about it. But, you know, if you lose the car, you spin it into the path. I saw exactly what he was trying to do there, Sam Newland. He was trying to get back onto the racing line without losing too much time. And unfortunately, the car just drifted into the Viper. Nothing he could do about it once it had snapped away. But you have to kind of say it wasn't his fault, but they really do deserve a penalty for that one.
Yeah, we went to see, as I say, stewards are looking at it now, and if you see the Race Logic car let the Misfits car, and it looks like it's slowing down a little bit, so I think we could see a reversal of positions there.
Yes, I think that is going to be. In fact, I think the officials are actually looking at that now. So they will be chatting away. Ben Turner, race controller and race director, is chatting to the drivers on their headsets all the way through the race if he so needs to. And he is now chatting to somebody in car. So I would not be surprised if that was Sam Newland. He's basically saying, Sam, look, I know it's not your fault, mate, but unfortunately that incident means you might just have to give him back the place. GTP Bambi has written, I'd interpret that as a racing incident unless they didn't take a more cautious approach to rejoining and easily could have. I think that's what the argument is going to be here, Bambi, because, you know, it's not really his fault. The car snapped away from him. He overcooked it, went over the curbs, and the car spat him out, and the curb spat him out. Now that's fair enough, that's not his fault, but he did manage to catch the Misfits Viper on the way out, and that is where I think, oh well, the Misfits Viper is actually pitted. So, well, it's going to be a difficult situation if he is going to get a penalty for it. He can't just move over and give the place back to Misfits because they've now pitted. So, well, what's the alternative then? Would you get a stop-and-go penalty for that? Now they can't give the place up. What would you do?
I don't know. I think we're about to find out though, because the space control. That, but also worth noting about the incident was in the driver's briefing it did say about flooring it on the grass when trying to recover, so the drivers were warned before the race though, so you could say that the driver that went off the track and came back on was that reckless coming back on the track because the drivers had all been warned prior to the race about it.
Well, we've had an interesting comment from Gamer Predator who's written, who is this Cameron Tinkler bloke? You'll have to ask one of the red shirts about that. Because they'll know. You know, interesting hovering over our shoulder is Fun Cup racing driver Julian Thomas is lingering over. Julian, it's really interesting to see you here pre-season. I hope you've got a couple of minutes for us. How are things currently going from the Race Logic point of view?
Yeah, fantastically. The company's doing really well. We're expanding. This year's motor racing season looks exciting. I'm racing in the Fun Cup. I'm racing an E-Type Jag that I've got. The classics, I'm racing in the Hancock 24-hour, so yeah, it's going to be a busy year.
Obviously, you haven't had an opportunity to get in the Ferrari yet. I'm guessing that's coming fairly soon, but it's been an up and down sort of race for you. You've had some strong moments and had some difficulties.
Yeah, we got 8 drivers in our team of lots of different levels, so it's going to be up and down throughout the race.
When you get in the car, we should expect you to move up the order quite quickly then.
No.
Well, if we don't expect it, then when it happens, we can be pleasantly surprised. Is that the result?
I'd be amazed, not surprised.
Cheers, Julian. There you go then. It's brilliant. That's one of the things I love about this event. You know, you've got pro racing drivers here, and they all expect to come into this not only to have fun, but they are all taking this very seriously. You know, everybody has not really been aware of what to expect coming into this, and that's quite surprising. Now, actually. Hang on, we have got a result. Now, the Simply Race stewards, it's brilliant that we've got these stewards' decisions coming through on the YouTube vid chat box, but they have actually said incident between Race Logic and Misfits deemed as a racing incident. Now, I have to say, given the circumstances, I think that's the right move, because you have to say it's not easy to make that kind of call, but if there was an impediment, then you would have given a penalty. But looking at it properly, they've done it correctly, and GTP Bambi has actually commented, props to race control for looking further. You know, it's a good point, because it would be very easy to have given a penalty just because somebody's been impeded, but looking at the circumstances, there wasn't really anything either of them could have done.
No, not really, but we've got an unhappy driver at race control, I think, about that decision, but as I say, it's the racing. The judge has been a racing incident, and maybe a little bit harsh on the driver who was hit because he didn't do anything wrong, but at the same time, it's not as if it was an intentional one. I think the only penalty we've actually seen, it was that one between friction and downforce earlier in the race where Dean Prescott got to let back John Munro through, but I think that was a lot more clear cut than what we just saw there.
It's not easy to get it right every time, but I think on that particular incident, you know, it's difficult to make a decision like that, but that's what they've decided to go for. And I suppose looking at the fact that the Misfits car pitted, they didn't lose a massive quantity of time by comparison, so yeah, you could say maybe that's the fair call, but it is difficult to judge.
Driver change as well. I see the board being updated now behind us. So.
Yeah, so it was Misfits behind the wheel was David Williams, and it is now Dane Oliver who's taken over. So Dane Oliver has taken over the Misfits car at the last pit stop. And Adam Weller has written in downforce up to second. Oh my. Yes, I know. You missed it earlier, Adam. We were leading for 3 laps thanks to the brilliant work of John Munro. And Tom Brooks, he has some news for us.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I was asking you a really important question.
Oh, you're asking me an important question. Right, okay. I'll have to come back to that in a bit, actually, because we're still live on air all the way through the 24 hours. We'll have to try and find an opportunity for that. Lots of people have been asking, who is this Cameron Tinkler bloke? iWarrior17 has told us he's a god. I'm hoping not a Greek or Roman god. That just you might break. You might be too strong to cope with these. You might break the Thrustmaster. The Type 100 though has written Cameron Tickler is a pretty famous gaming driver on Live for Speed. So and you obviously know a little bit about the Live for Speed sim. You've not actually driven it. No, you've not driven it.
No, and that's one sim I haven't really been on is Live for Speed. I've done a bit of iRacing. I did most of my racing and iRacing, so not particularly. I did a bit of Forza on the Downforce game nights on Wednesday nights.
That's a point actually. Anybody who's listening and watching who owns an Xbox One and thinks, well, you Downforce guys aren't too bad, you know, but we're better than you, so we want to show you what you're playing at. Well, please do. Wednesday nights every week, the Downforce Radio Boys, we have a gaming night on the Xbox One. Forza 6 is usually the game of choice, but as we evolve, you know, as Project Cars tidies up its online server, and you know, when Dirt Rally comes out, I'm sure we'll be doing World Rallycross on there and having a laugh. As once again, Simply Ace has lapped Friction Race, and that now means that there are only 2 cars on the lead lap: Simply Ace Corvette and the Downforce Aston. And I'll just allow the enormity of that statement to sink in for a moment. But yes, we are doing Wednesday gaming nights every week from 8 PM on Xbox One. So if you want to get in the game, largely for Forza 6, but if you have any form of gaming you want to be, you know, we should do a Rocket League actually one night, shouldn't we? We should do Rocket League markabout. So we could do that. So yeah, if you're an Xbox gamer, do get involved, because it is a lot of good fun, isn't it?
Oh, extremely good fun. You might get the odd punt from people, maybe.
Why are you looking at me?
I've heard the rumours, I've seen the videos, but we'll say no more.
Oh dear, oh dear. Obviously my reputation precedes me, I don't know. But yeah, Piers Pryor in the car at the moment, only 25 seconds off the pace of Brad Philpott. Now this is our golden opportunity as a team, because what people may or may not know is that Bradley Philpott really has stated that he's only nervous about one person on our team, and that person is Piers Pryor, who is actually not far off his pace at the moment, so it's quite poignant that we're only 25 seconds behind the Corvette, and Piers is doing what he does best. Now, Piers Pryor, for those of you who don't know, Henry Surtees Challenge Champion of 2015, beating none other than Jake Dennis to that title after a fantastic Titanic scrap over 10 minutes that has been coined as one of the finest Downforce Radio moments in history, as I very nearly had a heart attack standing on the top of the balcony at Buckmore Park, as the Mission Motorsport Aston goes for another bit of grass tracking there. But not only that, Piers Pryor took the lead for us at the Dan Weldon Karting Trophy 2 months ago at the Autosport Show. Very proud of that. And after John Munro led earlier, that means we've now led every single race we've ever entered. Two of them, okay, but that's still 100% strike rate, that's all right. But Piers, no, he's a very talented chap. He races with a pink helmet, which is very unusual for a chap in the world of motor racing. But then his argument is, well, everyone will know it's me. And we love that about him. He's hopefully going to be in the MSA Formula in 2016, and we all wish him the very, very best for that. We hope he gets the budget together, because if he is on the MSA Formula grid in 2016, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on him, because he could be a champion in waiting. That's all we're going to say on that subject. But the guy in first position, Bradley Philpott for Simply Ace, well, we've been singing his praises a lot. He's kind of a traitor for staying with the Simply Race team rather than driving for us. But no, fair play to him. He is, of course, the Rock Factor champion, the Race of Champions winner of the public vote for British club racer to go through and take on the Race of Champions. And he actually beat none other than four-time Formula One world champion Sebastian Vettel in the Rock Factor Skills Challenge. So, yeah, Bradley Philpott, better than Sebastian Vettel. There you are.
Does that mean if we beat Bradley, we're better than Bradley and Sebastian?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So if we beat him, if Piers overtakes him, we're better than Bradley and Sebastian Vettel. There you go. I don't think it works like that somehow. I don't think it's... GTP Bambi heads up, driving there by the Downforce Aston to see that car rejoining. Yep, it was Piers Pryor reacting very quickly to the Mission Motorsport Aston. It's just pulled away a little bit from the Mango's Porsche. Yeah, the Mango's Porsche dropping off a little bit there, managing to get back on. Adam Weller saying no pressure, Samson. Oh yeah, make it worse, why don't you? I'm already sweating cobs. But no, we've got a good battle further down, because Friction Racing are being reeled in by Purple Helmets, we're being told. The lap times are fairly similar between the two. 5th position at the moment, Race Logic versus Misfits. So that's going to be an interesting battle as that shapes up. Mango's Racing still 7th from Triple One, Barracuda, Storming Camel, Team Red Shirts and Mission Motorsport. There's the Misfits Viper. We love that car. We absolutely do. I mean, I know we're trying not to be too favouriteist about the Downforce Aston, but if there is a better looking car than ours, it's the Viper. Let's be honest, it really is gorgeous.
Yeah, a very nice looking car, but to be fair, there's quite a few liveries here which are rather striking as well. Some fantastic paint jobs, and just makes the race even better when you have some really top quality things to look at, I suppose, really, because a lot of time and effort got put into these liveries and they look fantastic.
Yeah, it's difficult to confuse one from the other as well, which is always very helpful for us commentators in the industry. You always find it difficult when there's one car that looks identical to another. Ferrari, Williams, back in the day in '98, that's what I'm looking at. But yeah, the Misfits Viper looks pretty strong. It seems to be having a bit of a pendulum of a race at the moment. It has twos and fros of great excellence coupled with poor luck. And they're now having a bit of a fight to not be lapped for the first time by the Purple Helmets Ferrari. Still very strong there in 4th place, while storming up to the back of the Storming Camel BMW, who in turn are trying to lap Red Shirts for what is for them the 3rd time. And overall, Team Red Shirts are 10 laps down off the Simply Ace pace. Mission Motorsport are 13 laps adrift at this point. And there comes the Storming Camel BMW. Get out of the way, chaps. I know they're in front of you. Oh, that was a bit of a cheeky moment there. But the Storming Camel BMW is causing a bit of a headache here for Misfits, Ferrari and Co. Oh, there's a little bit of a tussle there. You have to say, really, the Red Shirts need to get out of the way here and allow the faster cars to go through. That's going to cause a bit of a headache if they don't move over and let the Ferrari through. But they have now done that. The Storming Camel BMW flies, manages to move aside and allow the Misfits Viper through. Here comes the Purple Helmets Ferrari, and that is through. Very nice indeed as well. Oh, and off goes the Viper! Off goes the Viper. Now that is, well, did they just miss their braking point? What happened there?
Yeah, it's like Dane Oliver missed his braking point completely. The car goes round, and that won't help them. They probably lost about 10-15 seconds through that, so they got to lose a lot of time. But they got 3 laps over the Mango's car, so they got a lot of time to spare as such.
It's a very strange incident there from the Misfits Viper. It almost looked as if it was a sort of a Formula One back marker spin. We don't expect that kind of a moment from somebody like Dane Oliver, very talented driver. But yeah, the back end just overtook the front. A very strange incident. Now it looks as though we might have. Oh, I wondered if that was the Red Shirts team trying to make a pit stop. Was that? We seem to have a little bit of lag perhaps creeping in now. This does happen occasionally from time to time. In the world of sim racing, it's our version of a Formula E power failure, I suppose, is probably the akin that we have to that. But hasn't affected anything from the Corvette side of things. The only Corvette in the race, and it's still leading. It's led pretty much all but 5 or 6 laps of the race so far. And we're on lap 108 now with the Simply Ace car currently being driven by Brad Philpott. One of only 3 drivers in this team and the only Brit in the race. And they're now chasing down the Misfits Viper, which is in 6th position, as we know, has fallen a long way back from the Race Logic Ferrari and is trying to get back up on terms. So you can chat to us all the way through the race if you're watching. You can chat to us on Twitter at Downforce Radio. You can also chat to us via the Spreaker chat on our live race feed. You can also do it via the YouTube video, which is showing the live video feed all the way throughout, and we will read as many messages as we possibly can over the course of the 24 hours. We've got a lot to get through, folks, still. There's 21 hours and 8 minutes as back markers are causing a bit of a headache there. Bradley Philpott having to pop out rather quickly, get rid of the Porsche, and into the pits comes the Downforce Aston, and there's a bit of an incident. Something has happened elsewhere around the circuit. Now, I'm not quite sure what it is that's happened there. Downforce Aston is pitted, and Piers Pryor, we are told, is double stinting. So more fuel, new tyres, and back into the race he will go. And he should be able to hang on to that 2nd position when he rejoins. But a couple of incidents for a couple of drivers. Oh, that was close as the Ferrari. This is a little bit of an issue there, and it's, lagging's getting a little bit bad now, unfortunately. So We've got a little bit of an issue in terms of lag now, unfortunately. We're trying to get it fixed as soon as it's humanly possible. But there's some good driving going on. And we still have Simply Ace out in front. Downforce Racing are now technically a lap behind because they have just pitted for Piers Pryor. And we think we've brought it back again, so that is nice and okay. Well, we're getting there as soon as we possibly can anyway. Simply Ace leads, Downforce second, Friction third, Purple Helmets fourth from Race Logic, Misfits, Mangoes, Triple One, Barracuda, Storming Camel, Red Shirts and Mission Motorsport. Now it looks as though there's a protest of some kind going on. I wonder if that's to do with the lagging. It's frustrating difficulty, isn't it, Dan? Because you're in the middle of this situation and, you know, what can you do? There's only so much that the race controller can do in that sort of respect.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but the problem you got sometimes is, as a driver, when the cars are blinking, it's worse than the lagging, because they're there and then they're not, and it's very confusing. And it seems like there's quite a bit of action going on here in the ring.
Yeah, sounds as if there's a bit of an issue going on in the background. A couple of drivers being quite vocal about things that are going on. That's the only problem with this sort of environment. You know, the guy that you're racing against is right behind you, and to a certain extent they are within striking distance, so you kind of hope that yeah, that's an interesting one. The race controllers are actually looking at an incident going on with Simply Ace, Brad Philpott, diving down the inside of, I think that's the BMW, is it? Yeah, the Storming Camel's BMW, and apparently as a result of that move, the Storming Camel's BMW has been quite severely impeded. And I think the Storming Camels team have actually put in a protest, yeah, because they ended up both off the circuit, and Storming Camels BMW ended up worse off as a result. Now I have a feeling that that's going to be a penalty against the Simply Ace team. Now that could be quite significant because you lose a lot of time in a penalty here, especially if it's a drive-through. So I wonder, was he just a little bit too eager to overtake? It's a difficulty because they're having a look at it from various different angles now to see, you know, just how much of an impediment there was. And although we understand there are some connection issues, there are 2 or 3 incidents they're looking at the same time here. But a lot of that could be down to the fact that there was a bit of a lag. So a couple of those incidents you kind of have to chalk up to, are these incidents being created because of a do-or-die manoeuvre or because of lag? It's frustrating as a driver, isn't it?
Seems like there's been quite a spate of recent incidents. Maybe it is lag, maybe it's not, but it just seems that you get this sometimes in racing where you get things which group together, you get a few things grouped together really, so it could be potentially that as well.
We're doing our best to sort out any stream issues. I know a couple of people are saying, is the stream cutting out for anyone else or is it just me? There are a couple of incidents. Brooks has some news.
Yes, indeed. We went off. Downforce Radio went off just 2 laps ago, actually. I don't know if you caught that on camera. No, this was an outlap. Piers, who is double stinting, was coming out of the pits. Mission Motorsport, Aston was in front and got off track at turn 3, which is an uphill right-hander. And as it came back onto track, it ended up coming out in front of our car, which is fine, figuring it would then get out of the way into turn 4, which is a left-handed hairpin. It went wide of the corner. Piers took the normal racing line as he would have done, and as he slotted back over, the Mission Motorsport car clipped it, and we went into the barrier.
Right, and that's something that I believe
they are looking into a racing control
being
now.
looked at the moment. So it's a difficult situation.
Yeah,
but,
we lost about I'd say about 13, 14 seconds from the incident.
It's a difficult one then, isn't it? Well, thanks for that, Tom. A couple of incidents, unfortunately, that things are being looked at and talked about at the moment. It seems as though, for whatever reason, the driving standards have dipped a little bit in the last 15, 20 minutes or so.
Maybe fatigue.
Yeah, it could be fatigue, yeah.
You've had 3 hours of the race. I know it's not the same drivers, but when you win, it's people can say it's just a game, but in this environment, it is like a professional environment as such here at Simply Race. It's very hot, it's very humid, and it is physically quite hard work. I know John came off sweating quite a lot. He really said it was physical, and to do as long as John did, an hour and a half, 2 hours, these things will tell it eventually. It's quite a fierce environment, I'd say, at the moment.
It's difficult, and you have to give the drivers credit for keeping going as long as they have to the standard that they have, but these incidents are going to creep in, and you think maybe these things are maybe a sign perhaps it's time for a driver change with a couple of particular cars, but it just depends on how race control decides to call it and see each particular incident. It is a very difficult task to keep on top of with everything that is there in position at the moment. It's an awful lot that is happening at the moment. If you are experiencing issues with the visual feed, maybe it could be of benefit to you to have a listen to the Downforce radio feed, which is on the website downforce-radio.co.uk, while you are getting to that stage. And we will get the feed up as soon as we possibly can. Stritter's just written, the stream is 1 to 2 seconds, watching 10 seconds of loading right now. Yes, we're aware of that. We're doing the best we can with it, and I know that the guys are looking into it at the moment. There are some stream issues. We do know that, and we're trying our best to get them sorted. But the radio feed, as far as we know, is still going very well indeed. And we're trying to keep in touch with everything as it happens, when it happens. And things are still tickety-boo on that front. So, Simply Ace leading, Downforce Racing second at this present moment in time. Friction Racing third from the Purple Helmets, Race Logic a fifth, Misfits sixth from Mangoes, Triple One, Barracuda, Storming Camel, Team Red Shirts, and Mission Motorsport. So things are going quite well at the moment then, and a lot of the teams are finding it quite interesting to keep on top of things at the moment. Okay, so the stream is being reconnected. Right, okay, so we're about to lose picture, just so you know. But we will get things back up and running as soon as we possibly can, just because the lag issues are causing a little bit of an issue. So we're going to try and get those sorted as soon as we possibly can. And when we can get things back up and running again, we will do. But Dan, we're at this point in the race now where you've done races like this before when you've been, doing really, really long stints. What goes through your mind when you're, deep into your stint and you're just trying to keep your resolve? What do you focus on?
I did the Burkett 6 hours in October last year, and I just found that it wasn't tricky as such. It just seemed to fly by. There was so much going on. You have to be really concentrated. I think that is the main thing. Is just keeping that concentration level up. Drivers they'll be keeping their fluids up as well. That's so important as well. Just keep your mind and everything ticking over, really, especially on these longer stints. And it's just even having a little more bite to it when you're driving as such. But I think it's going to be very important, not just what you do behind the wheel as such, but your just general, the way you go about things, keeping hydrated, keeping yourself. It's quite, as I said before, it's quite a physical race as well, mentally and physically. It's endurance. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, apologies to those of you who have lost the visual picture of the race for the moment. The Simply Race team are aware of it. They are working on it, and we are getting it back as soon as is physically possible. For those of you who want to continue with the feed all the way throughout, you can, of course, keep an eye on our website, downforce-radio.co.uk, where we are covering the visual and audio stream. You don't just have to be on YouTube to be watching it, so if there are issues throughout with the visual, you can still keep up with us on the audio side of things. We are doing the best we can to get things fixed, and it is going very well, so do not fear on that front. We are putting things together fairly quickly. There's all sorts of other things going on various servers. There's even some Formula 1 2015 going on by the look of it. But I think we'll try and get back to what we were doing before. There's a 24-hour race, and it's going very well, let's be fair. But there is a bit of an issue going on in the background. We can't quite figure out exactly what it is because we don't have a visual feed, unfortunately, at the moment. We are getting the feed back up again, but some more contretemps on circuit by the sound of things.
Yeah, it looks like it's not over car 9, 10 or 11. It's on that right-hand side of the room, and so that means it's over. I think it may be the Purple Helmet guys, or it's the Team Misfits. It'll be one of those two cars, I think, involved there.
Well, we know that both of those teams have been involved in battles all the way throughout, so there's been a protest already handed in for that incident. That's one of the things I do like about this form of motor racing. It can be pretty instantaneous, and Ben Turner is actually chatting away to somebody about something, so again, I love this whole sort of judicial system. Another member of the team can put in a protest within seconds of the incident actually happening, and then literally 2 to 3 seconds after that, Ben, the race director, will get straight on and get things done.
Yeah, so I was saying to Scott, he's like the Mr. Freitas of Simply Race. Gets on the microphone and gives out the penalties, and it's very similar as we've seen Clio Cup as well, with the headsets and that. All the drivers know what's going on. I think it's great transparency as well.
I have to say, that was one of the things I really enjoyed about the National Stocks Karts Championship, because we had all headsets and I knew exactly what was going on around me when the race was happening. So, Tom Brooks has some news for us.
Yes, indeed. Not sure if you will have just heard from Race Control. 10-second stop-go penalty to Mission Motorsport for causing avoidable contact.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. So, yes, a 10-second stop-and-go penalty then has been handed to the number 1 car, the Mission Motorsport machine. And that is a shame, you know. Obviously, a bit of an unfortunate incident. So, what it means now then is that we're going to have to see them take a pit stop. The feed is still down. We are aware of that. Unfortunately, we are still trying to get it up, so do bear with us. We are going to try and get things back online once again, but you can still listen to the audio feed via our website, downforce-radio.co.uk, and we will still keep that going as long as is physically possible. You can see the feed on YouTube at present, which is a feed of the room, which is something, of course, and we are trying to get things back up and running as soon as we possibly can. So do bear with us. We're trying our best. We will try and get it back online as soon as is physically possible. Meanwhile, back into the racing, Simply Ace are still out in front in the Corvette, out in front. Second position, the Downforce Aston, and then there is this fantastic four-way battle for third position with the Friction Aston, the Purple Helmets Ferrari, the Race Logic Ferrari, and then also in that little gaggle of cars should still be the Mango's Porsche. And I wouldn't be too surprised either to see the Misfits Viper still in that little mix as well. So we're getting that as much as we possibly can back to the way it was. But the feed has had a little bit of a dip, unfortunately. Apologies for that. We are trying to get it back as soon as is physically possible. So do bear with us on that front. The radio feed is still going strong though, and we are taking your messages. We'll give this an opportunity for a quick breather, I think, and hopefully when we return, we will be back to race action once again. So do tweet us at Downforce Radio. On Facebook, it's facebook.com/Downforce Radio, and you can talk to us via the Spreaker chat on the website of Downforce Radio, which is downforce-radio.co.uk, or via the YouTube feed, which is also on the Downforce website, or via YouTube, which is Simply Race. Do join us again in a couple of minutes' time. Hopefully the feed will be back when we return.
That was still alongside, so that'd be the reason why. I'll just try and be extra careful. It's my turn very soon.
Excited.
I hope it will look good. I hope so. Not ready. Try, should come back.
So welcome back, it would appear then, to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril here at Simply Race. The feed has returned, and hopefully that means you should be able to see everything that is currently occurring back on track again. You're watching the red shirts car. That is the Martini Porsche, currently running in 11th position. A few laps beyond the lead lap at the moment. It's Simply Ace out in front with Downforce Racing in second place. Third is Friction Racing. Fourth is Purple Helmets. Fifth from Race Logic. Sixth Misfits. Seventh Mangoes Racing. Triple One are in eighth from Barracuda. 10th is Storming Camel. 11th is Team Red Shirt. And 12th is Mission Motorsport, holding up the back of the bookend. Jake Sanson here, just taking a nice weekend off from Eurosport duties and enjoying all the action here. It is, I'm not joking, of all of the sports car races I've seen recently, I might as well be on the starting. I might as well be overlooking the starting line at Portimao in the Blancpain series. By the comparison of the driving standards and the action, it is identical to it. People who give sim racing a hard time, keep that mouth closed. You don't know what you're missing by watching this. Thrustmaster doing us an absolutely fantastic service during this 24 hours. The new equipment and the new steering rigs and everything that we have been treated to, it has been absolutely superb. And having had the benefit of a little bit of practice earlier on before my stint coming up later, yes, I am racing today as well, and I'm a little bit nervous about that, to tell you the truth, because we're sitting in second place, and that just adds the pressure on more than is necessary. But the rigs are absolutely fantastic. The style of the cars is absolutely identical to the ones in real life, and the quality of the racing is absolutely tip-top, which is what we love here on Downforce Radio. And it's great to be part of the Thrustmaster 24, and we're going to be doing this all the way through to the bitter end tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Yes, we are live all the way through, watching the stream as it happens. 20 hours and 48 minutes still to run in this fantastic 24-hour motor race, and Downforce Radio and Simply Race are here throughout the entirety of it, so you can watch and listen all the way through. And it's been a pretty incredible race so far. Simply Ace have had the one lap pace more than anybody else throughout, but thanks to some interesting pit strategies, Race Logic ended up in the lead with Jesper Pedersen at the wheel in the Ferrari, and then we were treated to, well, that was nearly a bad accident. The Friction Racing Aston lapping the Red Shirts Porsche, and there was almost contact. But Jesper Pedersen versus Michael Epps was an absolute dogfight, and we loved every single second of that. That was one magic motor race. We've had battles between 2 or 3 of the Ferraris, we've had battles with the Astons, and we've had a couple of controversial moments, including some that have been penalised and some that have been judged to be racing incidents. So there's been a bit of everything in this race so far. It really has been absolutely superb. We've enjoyed all kinds of incidents, and we've enjoyed mega racing throughout, and no doubt we're going to continue to do so until the end of the motor race. And that's an awful lot happening in this one, to be fair. It just keeps getting better. You know those things in life, those sporting events where just as you think it's going to settle down, it just keeps on giving? That is very much the case with the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril. It just keeps getting better, and we are absolutely delighted about it. So we currently have a wide range of drivers in each of the varying cars. Mission Motorsport, the car is currently being driven once again by Paddy Murphy. So Colin Murphy, it is leading the way for them. Red shirts are currently being represented by Thomas Herbert. He's in the car right now. Downforce has Piers Pryor, double stinting. Fourth place, Storm and Camel. That is Lester Cook, who is currently in the car once more. Nathan Barton is in the Barracuda machine. Friction have just changed driver by the look of it, or they're just about to change driver. It's going to be Mark Winwood who takes over the car at their next pit stop. Nathan Burton is in the Barracuda, as we said. Greg Edwards is in the 111 Ferrari right now. Race Logic has Sam Newland in the car, as into the pit lane comes the red shirts, with Thomas Herbert about to get out. Yes, Thomas Herbert has just extricated himself from the car, so a driver change there. We're not sure who it is yet, but we will find out shortly. Friction is about to hand over to Mark Winwood. The purple helmets currently have Kelvin Dent at the wheel. The Misfits have Dane Oliver. Mango's had Chris Hughes, and they are likely to be changing very shortly, with Brad Philpott in the Simply Ace Corvette, one of only 3 drivers, the smallest team of them all. Now, Race Logic are just changing. Sam Newland is out of the car, and it looks like it's going to be Julian Thomas who gets in the car this time. Yes, indeed it is. So the Fun Cup racer is going to take over at the Race Logic Ferrari. And we've got a nice little battle going down the main straight. That is the Downforce Aston of Piers Pryor, having just been lapped by the Simply Ace Corvette. The BMW is just being lapped once again. And it's a very, very tight battle so far. It's off the road, just out of the pits comes the red shirts Porsche. That was a bit of a scary moment for them. They almost went straight on and into the gravel trap. They just about managed to stay out of it. And I know how difficult that is, because on my practice run, I actually did that. I came straight out of the pits and into the gravel trap at turn 1. So it is easy to do. And it's something I'm desperately trying to make sure I don't do the next time. So, continuing on with the race action. That's Barracuda. We haven't seen them for a while. But Barracuda currently with Nathan Burton at the wheel. Running in 9th position, the Porsche doing a good job so far. Whoop, there goes Mango's racing off in the gravel. And the Porsche team just trying to get their man, Chris Hughes, back on track once again. Sorry, that's my Subway salad repeating upon me. I do apologise. Purple helmets, Ferrari in 4th position, doing a great job there. That is Calvin Dent, who's running the Ferrari, up in 4th place at the moment on a 1:34.102. Both the Friction and Misfit teams in front and behind them are currently lapping quicker. In fact, that's the Misfits Viper about to be lapped by the purple helmets. Such is the difference in the battle. About half an hour, 45 minutes ago, those two cars were battling for position on track, and now they're a lap apart. So such is the to and fro of this race. It's ended up being quite different over the course of proceedings. So there is the Viper. The Misfits car currently being driven by Dane Oliver. So Dane Oliver hanging on then to his position in P5. And I have to say, great work from all the drivers out there, but those who have been particularly long in terms of their stint are doing a great job. We're riding on board with the purple helmets Ferrari. This is Calvin Dent in the lead of the battle between these two. But the Misfits car was 0.1 of a second quicker on the last lap. That doesn't mean there'll be a 0.2 of a lap quicker than this time around. Red shirts, Thomas Herbert's just got out of the car as we saw. And he's just completed a good stint there in the red shirts Porsche. The man who dropped it on the way out of the pits of the first corner was Ben Barrows, who is now in the car, but he managed to get it back on track without losing too much time, which is all good. So they continue on. I wonder if it's actually Kester. Yes, it is Kester Cook. My apologies. I keep saying Lester Cook. It's Kester Cook who is there in the Storming Camel BMW. My apologies. It is Kester Cook who is there in the car at the moment. And now the purple helmets Ferrari closing right up on the Team Misfits Viper. Is Dane Oliver going to be compliant here to move aside and allow Calvin Dent to go through? Now that's going to be very interesting, because about less than an hour ago they were battling for race position, and to a certain degree they still are, although there's a lap between them. So Dane Oliver in 5th position with the Ferrari Purple Helmets car in 4th place behind it. I don't think they're going to be too willing to move over and let the Ferrari go through. They're still battling for position a lap apart. But they are going to need to be compliant, of course. They are going to need to move over. Blue flags would apply in this particular position. So still a good battle going on between these two over the course of the race. Simply Ace is currently on lap 125. And they are a lap clear of everybody. Downforce Racing are 2nd position in the Aston with the friction car in 3rd. Purple Helmets are 4th, about to lap the 5th place team, Team Misfits, through the Parabolica. Team Race Logic are there in 6th position at present. 7th place are the Mangos. 8th position, I believe, is 111 in the Ferrari as we watch once again the Purple Helmets close in on the Misfits. Dane Oliver will have to keep a very close eye down into turn 1. He's going to try and banzai up the inside. Just let them go, guys. There's no point fighting them. You're being lapped anyway, and they let them go. Barracuda, 9th position with their man at the wheel, Nathan Burton. 10th position, Storming Camel with Kester Cook at the wheel. Team Red Shirts with their man, Ben Barrows. And then Mission Motorsports man, Paddy Murphy, or Colin Murphy, of course, but Paddy to his mates is there in 12th position, 16 laps adrift. So that is the state of play of the race at the moment. Still a long way to go. 20 hours and 40 minutes on the clock. And a lot of teams are getting themselves straight into position. Nice big Thrustmaster logo, says Rad Tech. Yes, that has appeared on the feed now. And we should point out that Thrustmaster are very much in our debt and gratitude, because without them, this race would not be as impressive as it is. Thrustmaster have given us some absolutely incredible tech to go racing with for the last nearly 4 hours. And the next 20 are going to be testament to how good the quality of the product the Thrustmaster gives is. And it's a very good way of going about it. Now, there has been a driver change. Barracuda, Nathan Burton is out of the car. It's going to be Kevin Wade who gets in this time. Thanks, boys. So Barracuda, they've made some steady progress in the last half hour to 45 minutes or so. The car is looking a lot more rhythmic than before. There was a little bit of a hiccup towards the start, but now they're really starting to gain their ground, and the rhythm is very smooth and very crisp at the moment. In 9th position, they're starting to close up on the top 8 once again. And this is one of those races where we're going to get a lot of opportunities to talk about each of the 12 cars in turn. And it's one of the smaller teams in this race, of course, but they're raising money all the way through this race. Barracuda, they're raising money for sport relief throughout the course of this race, so it's a very good cause, and they've done an absolutely cracking job so far, keeping themselves well in the fight, and they're doing an absolutely brilliant job. So full play to them. We have to take everything here into context. Everybody's saying, well, why is this one team way off the pace of everybody else? Everything has to be taken into context here. I mean, the Team Red Shirts, they are a bunch of fun guys who are doing an absolutely cracking job and having a lot of fun out there. They're all relative newcomers, I believe, to this form of racing. The guys at Barracuda raising money for sport relief all the way through. And the Mission Motorsport guys, who are in last place, but let's put into perspective the fact that a large majority of those drivers, A, have never done a 24-hour race of any kind before, let alone a 24-hour sim race, and B, a lot of them are only using hand controls. So that in and of itself is very difficult, because quite a few of the drivers within the team are, of course, with a lot of people within Mission Motorsport, injured ex-servicemen, and therefore they're trying their best to get their first 24-hour race done. And they're all newbies at this. They're all coming into this with eyes wide open and very low expectations. And they're doing okay, you know. Okay, yes, they're 17 laps off the lead at present, but you have to take that into context. They're doing a very good job considering the level of experience these guys have, the level of credence that they've got so far in terms of what they've actually done in a car on a sim of this magnitude, and the fact that they haven't given up. They're biting the bullet, they're pushing on, and they're making progress. They are learning all the time. The drivers are coming on leaps and bounds. There have been a couple of incidents, but they are getting on with it, and they are doing a fair job. A lot of other teams probably would have thrown in the towel even by now, but not these guys. They're going to see this through to its bitter conclusion. So brilliant stuff from them so far. 111 Motorsport trying to close in on the Mangos Racing Porsche in their battle. 7th and 8th position presently at the moment. an Barracuda versus Storming Camel. That could be an interesting battle for 9th place, with both cars 9 laps off the lead. Into the pits comes Mission Motorsport. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be a driver change or if this is going to be a change of stint. I can actually see the Mission Motorsport crew from this point, so I think it's actually going to be a double stint. Yes, it is a double stint for Mission Motorsport. They're not changing driver. They've just made some, I think they've taken on fuel and had new tyres. There is your order at the moment to the left of your screen. Simply Ace, 1 lap clear. Downforce and Friction still battling for 2nd position at the moment. Best of the rest, if you will. Purple Helmets are 4th. Team Misfits are now 5th from Race Logic. Mangoes and Triple One are battling over 7th place. Barracuda and Storming Camel are battling over 9th place. And then Team Red Shirts are 11th in front of Mission Motorsport in 12th. Do chat to us all the way throughout. We're here on the feed through the YouTube video feed, of course. Lots of people have been commenting all the way throughout. Are you enjoying the commentary? Are you enjoying the racing? We're certainly enjoying the racing so far. There's been action all the way through, non-stop. It's been Simply Race have commented after Radtech's comment about the nice big Thrustmaster logo. Yeah, we like it too. I'm not surprised, to be honest. But some great racing so far, and it only looks like it's going to get more intense. I suppose the most likely battle that's going to intensify in the next hour or so is probably going to be the 2nd place battle, the 2 Astons. We saw them battle right at the start, and they're now starting to get on terms with each other again. The Friction Racing car is trying desperately to close up on Piers Pryor, with the Friction team currently being captained by Mark Winwood at this point. Winwood is in the car. We're riding on board with the Mangoes Racing Porsche as it closes in on its colleague in the Barracuda. So that is Kevin Wade, who's in the Barracuda car at the moment, as flying past goes Chris Hughes, who's doing a very good job in the number 11 Mangoes Racing Porsche at the moment. He goes a little bit too deep though, and all that hard work is undone. That is a shame. They were looking very good. Oops, and round again goes the Mangoes Porsche. Take your time, get it back on the circuit, nice and neat. That's better. The Friction team. So a lot of time lost, unfortunately, there for the Mangoes Racing Porsche. Winwood is in the car, and just to give you an idea, there's the Triple One Motorsport. The car in front of it in the race is the Team Race Logic Ferrari, with Julian Thomas at the wheel, Fun Cup racer, and he's going a second quicker than the other Ferrari at this moment in time. There's the Friction Racing car with their man still pushing hard. Friction Racing's driver Mark Winwood trying to close down the gap on the Downforce Racing Aston of Piers Pryor. And don't tell me we're lagging again, that really would be disappointing. But, it seems as though we have another slight glitch. Unfortunately, we are only able to do what the internet provides us with, of course. And it's as if we're having a slight issue once again. So we'll keep on top of that as much as we possibly can. As I said, if you do lose the feed, for whatever reason, then you can head over to the Downforce Radio website, downforce-radio.co.uk, and the radio feed is still going strong, so you can still benefit from the radio coverage on downforce-radio.co.uk. And if that does end up causing an issue, then we will work on it. Unfortunately, as soon as the video feed fades away, then we get other things fading away as well. But we're doing our best to get to the root cause of it. And we still have a good 20.5 hours left of racing. The radio feed is still going. Radtech is telling us there's a delay in the audio where I can hear what you said like 20 seconds ago. Well, we're doing our best to sort that out as well. Apologies. We'll get it sorted as soon as is physically possible. So currently, the Thrustmaster 24 going very well for Simply Ace. The Corvette C7R with Bradley Philpott at the wheel is out in front and going all guns blazing. 2nd place on the road and in the race. Piers Pryor in the Aston Racing, the Downforce Aston. Currently, the 3rd position, well, that still belongs to Friction Racing at the moment, with their man Mark Winwood at the wheel. 4th place for the Purple Helmets and their man Calvin Dent. 5th position is currently Team Misfits. Dane Oliver at the wheel. Race Logic has Fun Cup racer Julian Thomas in 6th position. 7th place for Triple One, their man Greg Edwards. And then Mangoes Racing in the Porsche in 8th place. No, there was a driver change at the last Mission Motorsport stop. My apologies, as they've handed back over to Ash Hall. I didn't see the driver change, but they have made that change now. So that's what's happened there. Greg Edwards We're looking once again at the Friction Racing Aston in 8th place. Oh, there's a big spin out of the final turn. That's the 111 Ferrari losing it big time at Parabolica. Big moment there for the 111. That is Greg Edwards, who's just lost it in the final turn. That's what's happened. Manages to get the car back together. That was a very, very nasty moment indeed. Oh, there's a big spin out of the final turn. That's the so we're trying to get that. We're trying to get the footage back to the way it should be once again. We know there's a slight dip in the video feed, but we are getting it back together, hopefully. But that doesn't change the order at all. Simply Ace still leading the way. Downforce in 2nd place. Let's have a look at it again. This is just a wild moment going sideways, unfortunately, with the 111 Ferrari. Literally just too much curb and chucks it off. That was a big, big moment. These things happen, unfortunately, just a little bit too early on the power. In 2nd place. And the 111 ended off going off. This is the first time we've actually used the replay function. So very good that we are able to get the replay function. We'll try and do it as often as possible through the course of the race. But until Hayfisher gives us a call, we're just doing the best with what we have. So up the inside, that's the Mission Motorsport Aston battling with the Red Shirts Porsche. We haven't seen that kind of a fight for a while. And the Red Shirts boys not able to hang on this time as Ash Hall, who's really getting into the swing of things with the Mission Motorsport Aston. He's really getting into it now. And he's improving his lap times all the time. This is the 2nd time I think he's been in the car now. But by the end of his stint, he was going really quite quickly. So things are still looking a-okay from the Corvette point of view. They are out in front looking pretty relaxed right now. 1 lap ahead of everybody. Downforce and Friction, 2nd and 3rd. Purple helmets and Team Misfits, 4th and 5th. Race Logic are in 6th place, trying to increase their gap. So Mango's Racing are 3 laps down from them and trying to get away from the 111 Ferrari. Whoops, there goes the Red Shirts Porsche into the turn 1 gravel. That's Ben Barrows. Manages to get the car back together. And just in time to see the Mango's Racing Porsche sail by. 2 laps beyond the 111 Ferrari is the Storming Camel BMW. Barracuda Porsche is there in 10th place. The Team Red Shirts Porsche that we are watching at the moment is there in 11th. And then 3 laps down from them is Ash Hall at the wheel in the Mission Motorsport Aston. So, long way to go and still a lot of great action in front of us. We're going to take a quick pause in the commentary feed. We'll be back in just a little moment time. That should hopefully give us time for the video feed to catch up with ourselves. Do keep chatting with us on the audios, on the visual side of things. The YouTube feed is both on Simply Race's YouTube channel and the Downforce Radio website, and the radio commentary is via both the Downforce Radio website and Spreaker, so plenty of ways to interact with us all the way through. On Twitter, we are at Downforce Radio. Include the hashtag, please, SR24, and we'll know exactly what you're talking about and what you want to say. Back in 3.5 minutes' time. Plenty of ways to interact with us all the way through. On Twitter, we are at Downforce Radio. Include the hashtag, please, SR24, and we'll know exactly what you're talking about and what you want to say. Back in 3.5 minutes' time.
I have vodka. Yes. Well, oh, it's when we get to 1:30 and we go, right, 24 hours done, when's the Grand Prix starting? Yeah, this is it. It's Formula 1 Grand Prix next.
Right. You said that.
Welcome back to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril. It has been a very incredible race so far. We are 3 hours and 35 into the race so far. Simply Ace leading the way, Downforce in second position in the Aston, Friction in their Aston in third position. Things have been going all guns blazing so far in the 24 hours here at Simply Race. And we're just looking over the course of the messages. It's been going very, very well. The Munch 97 has just written in on the feed. Team Red Shirts obviously just letting everyone else win. Last lap they will pull it back and come first. Yes, we agree with you. Absolutely, totally, wholeheartedly. 155,000%. Also, Radtech, camera just stuck to this Ferrari. No, it's not. It's on our little Aston at the moment. Or at least it was. It's now moved on to the Mango's Porsche even. But this Ferrari is causing a lot of entertainment, which is why we're kind of sticking with it. Although the Mango's Racing Porsche should really be getting out of the way of it at the moment, and I'm a little surprised it's taking Chris Hughes as long as it is to move aside and let the Ferrari go. Now he does, but that was a little bit longer perhaps than he should have been. Very strange. So now we've got the... now here's an interesting dynamic, because the most improved driver in the Mission Motorsport Brigade, the Aston, down in 12th, and actually, in my opinion, the driver with the most raw speed, Ash Hall. Whoops! I've just cursed him. My fault completely. I was talking about him in a positive light, and then he just chucked it into the chicken house. My fault. Sorry, Ash. Sorry, Mission Motorsport. My fault completely. So now we've got it sorted for those guys. Into the pits now comes Mango's Racing in their Porsche. So are we about to see a driver change here? I'm going to have a look in the far corner, because that is where... I know it's more underneath the bar, where we're going to see a change of driver here for Team 11. And the Mangoes, I believe, are going to make a change of driver. Yes, they are. So that is the end of the run for Chris Hughes. And there will be a new driver in place of that. And we'll report on who that is very shortly. John Munro is actually messaging us from the hotel. He's just finished his first stint. He's gone for a shower. And... all sorts of other mod cons. See, these racing drivers, they take it very carefully, very, very professionally. Should be pit stops for second and third place cars very, very soon, so keep an eye out. Yes, you're absolutely right, John. It won't be long at all before Piers Pryor finishes his double stint, and the man who's going to take over from him is actually just getting himself ready to go. Scott Woodwiss is going to take over the car for, we're hoping, probably about a two-hour go. Is it going to be, Scott?
It can be, if you want it to be.
I'm sure you can manage that.
Well, I'll give it a go. I mean, I just want to keep it on the road. That's all I want to do. And it's... I'm not going to name names to say something, but I know there's been some questionable movement on track from a couple of back markers. Not to name any names, just to be safe. But I just want to have a trouble-free stint and just get it to the end of the stint. Although I don't want to do what the Barracuda Porsche is doing right now, and actually it's going on off the track a little bit. It's one of the
a little bit too lenient, isn't it?
But no, I'm looking forward to it, and if we're getting to that point where it's getting later in the afternoon, shadows are getting a bit longer, and yeah, it'll be time to basically get the eyes on it, just go for it. But I'll have a pre-race view, so I'm ready to go. So pre-race view is still one place.
Nice plug.
But it's one that I'm trying for P1 Nutrition. It's the music about 15 minutes before it goes to help get a bit of a step. So,
Tom's just wished you good luck from the hotel. He says the shower was very nice as well.
Yeah, don't rub it in.
It's all right. I'll nick his hotel room keys when he's not looking when he's in the car. It's fine. We'll have one later. 1 o'clock in the morning.
Whoa, steady on.
Not together, you fool. Honestly, dear oh dear. Nothing at all. I won't distract you any more than I have. I'll let you crack on. Cheers. So, good racing going on then at the moment in the battle just behind the podium. We're still watching to see if Purple Helmets are going to make permanent ground towards the Astons. They seem to be making some good headway as Piers Pryor continues on the latter stages of his double stint. It won't be long before Scott gets in the car to replace him, Scott Woodwis. And it's going to be really interesting to see how Piers reacts to his last couple of hours in the car. And it has been about 2 hours he's been in the car, actually. So fair play to Piers, and he's kept that second place going very neat and tidy. This man, however, well, you might as well dance a jig on water for the amount of advantage he's got at the moment. Brad Philpott in the Corvette C7. They're just absolutely romping away, as in the background the Mission Motorsport Aston gets a tiny bit out of shape. But fair play to Ash Hall. As I was saying a little bit earlier on, Ash Hall, in my opinion, is the faster of the Aston drivers. At least so far, he seems to be that way. And he's really making some good gains at the moment. His lap times are looking very consistent in the last 5 minutes or so he's been in the car. So I have a feeling that the Mission Motorsport car might start to creep up towards the red shirt Porsches now. So that could be interesting. 18 laps adrift. They've got 3 laps to make up. But if anybody can, Ash Hall can at the moment, is my current prediction. There's the Downforce Aston as we have a pit stop from somebody. Someone has dived for the pit lane. Who is that? We're just going to try and scroll through. It's the BMW. So the Storming Camel Beamer has made his way into the pits. That is Kester Cook, who's at the wheel. Now, are they going to make a driver change? Yes, they are. So Kester Cook is out of the car. And Piers Pryor absolutely on it still. We got right up close to the camera there, Mr. Pryor. So he is pushing it very hard. It's quite funny because the colour of helmet they've chosen for this little avatar is very close in helmet design to Piers's, so it's quite ironic that he's in the car at the moment. Although Piers's is a bit more pink. But did I? Oh, hang on, Radtech is correcting me. Did I just say Phil Bradpot? I'm terribly sorry if I did. I'm terribly sorry if I just said Phil Bradpot.
You're that tired, you haven't even got in yet.
I haven't even done a stint yet. I haven't even had a sleep yet. That's very embarrassing. I'm sorry. Pot the Phil Brad. I don't know. Terribly sorry, everybody. I will get used to this, I promise. So, into the pits then, the Storming Camel BMW, and they have changed drivers. So we should know fairly shortly who is going to be in the car. At the moment, it's Ash Hall in the Mission Motorsport machine. Ben Barrows is in the red shirts Porsche. Piers Pryor is in the Downforce Aston. Kester Cook was in the Storming Camel's BMW. But he is now going to be replaced. Then we have the Barracuda. The U-Barracuda Porsche is being run by Kevin Wade. 6th place at the moment is the 111 of Greg Edwards. Race Logic has Julian Thomas, Fun Cup racer at the wheel. Friction is Mark Winwood. Purple Helmets is Calvin Dent. Misfits is the driver Dane Oliver. Chris Hughes, I think, has been replaced in the Mango's car, but they haven't told us who the driver is yet. They'll have to tell us that fairly shortly. And then Brad Philpott, that's his name, is in the Simply Ace car. So, things going well from that point of view. The Team Red Shirts machine, we just saw a little bit earlier on. Now we're watching the Downforce Aston. Here's Pryor at the wheel in 2nd position, still trying to keep that gap between himself and the Friction Aston. So things going A-OK, but this is the car out in front on the 140th lap of the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, and it's going very well indeed for Bradley Philpott, Rock Factor champion of 2015, and the man who showed Sebastian Vettel exactly how it's done in the Olympic Stadium. And they are making a pit stop, so Brad Philpott is pitting, and I would not be surprised if this was a driver change as well. Brad has been in the car nearly 2 hours, gets it absolutely spot on in terms of speed limit, and it looks to me as though Arnaud Tinet is standing by ready to get in the car, so that is going to be a very swift driver change. Very nice indeed. Brad Philpott is done and out of the car, and he looks, well, he looks as fresh as the daisy he was when he got into it, to be perfectly honest. Doesn't even look like he's broken a bead of sweat, but then he does practically live here. He may as well pay rent. So Downforce Racing is going to unlap themselves. Here they come down the main straight. And that is going to be a perfect move into the lead lap
for Piers Pryor, so he's brought it back onto the lead lap. We did lead for a very short period of time, but not for very long. So there is the Corvette C7R. They won't lose the lead, incidentally, because now the Downforce Aston has got itself back onto the lead lap as track limits are pushed a little bit to the extreme there by Piers Pryor. Radtech, I must say, being at the race in person is better than watching it at home. Tell me something I don't know, Rad. I can tell you, it is absolutely fantastic, the atmosphere here. I can strongly recommend 12 months from now, make sure you get here. Absolutely brilliant. Alex Van Geen has laughed at me. Pot the Phil, Brad. That's his new nickname. Yeah, I didn't mean to say it quite so ridiculously. Storming Camels have made their pit stop, and Nick Grove has taken back ownership of the car. I think that's the second time he's been in the seat. So good to see him back out once more. And the Downforce Aston, as we said, is now back on the lead lap once again. And the gap is about 1 minute 8 seconds, but we should stress that it's going to go back to a lap again fairly shortly, because the Downforce Aston is due to pit in probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, so it won't be too long before they make a stop. The Friction Racing Aston is about to make a pit stop, and that should be a driver change as well for Mark Winwood, because they did have Dean Prescott at the start, then they handed over to Mark Winwood, and now it is going to be it's going to be Darren Kirk next in the car. Thank you very much, sir. So up to the minute updates as to who is going to be in which car when. So all good. Alex Van Geen, I'm enjoying it. So is my 9-month-old. Oh, well, there you go then. Getting them into motor racing early. That's right. And my wife not so much. Well, send her to the shops with a shopping voucher. That's fine. Just get her out of the house for a bit. It'll be fine. No worries. It's Mother's Day tomorrow. Send her to the spa. It'll be fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Trust me, I have a wife of my own. I know how these things work. Yes, no problem at all. For into the pits comes the Friction Aston, and that is going to be a driver change because Darren Kirk is getting in the car. The 111 Ferrari is in the pits as well, and that's going to be a driver change as far as I'm aware as well. In fact, we might already have confirmation as to who the driver is going to be. No, Greg Edwards has not been confirmed as a replacement yet, or as having been replaced, I should say, as well. Goodness me, I'm having a lot of trouble with my worms today. So we've got Piers Pryor about to change over once again. He's just finishing this stint. He's now back on the lead lap. I think he wants to stay on the lead lap as long as is physically possible before he actually hands over to the next man in, Scott Woodward. And that's the Race Logic Ferrari. Now, that's a big moment. That's Julian Thomas having gone off on the way up to turn 3, I think that is. So a big moment. Yes, that is at turn 3. And that's dropped the Race Logic Ferrari back onto the same lap as the Misfits, interestingly enough. Now, we're going to try and get a replay of that. So let's see if we can see what happened here with the Race Logic Ferrari. Well, there it is recovering. So let's see if we can go on board with Julian Thomas as he made that mistake. So you can hear the engine as he's making his way through. We'll fast forward a little bit. One of the beauties of R-Factor, you really can view exactly the bit you want. So out of turn 1, he looks pretty stable here. Let's see what happened. Bit of curb, back end's coming around. It just swaps ends. There's nothing he can do about it. And that's very easy to do. I actually did that in practice earlier on. So it is easy to do if you get it wrong. Look, not a lot of curb, but the back end's just twitching, and that's all it needs. It just snaps out of control. It's very, very easy to do that, and fair play to him. He's managed to get the car going again, and he hasn't lost too much time, but he is now on the same lap. The Race Logic team are now on the same lap as the Misfits. Now, there's blue flags going down for, I think that is the red shirts. Boys, get out of the way. There's an Aston coming through. Yep, they've got through an A-OK, that's fine, with Darren Kirk in the car now. And, John Monroe has actually said, Jay, give a shout out to my girlfriend. She's sitting at home listening to the whole thing. My word, John, you picked well, because that's commitment. If your lass is watching the whole thing as well, then fair play to her. Well, hello, Lady Monroe. Let's say, a future Lady Monroe. Very good stuff. Replay tech. It's a bit preemptive. If he wins, maybe, you know. We'll see. I'm not trying to jinx anything. You're only 17, John. Don't rush it. Trust me.
Don't you say sorry, John, if we've landed you in it. Or rather, he's landed you in it.
It's my fault, yes. Any complaints can be addressed to Downforce Towers, Chester. But moving on. Friction Racing, I should say. They're definitely not fictional. Third position. Well, that's a little bit too much curb for my liking. We well, if that was the real world, let's just say they'd be owing a camera company a quite extortionate amount of money. But Friction Racing still running there in third position, trying to close down the gap to Downforce Racing, and they're actually a tenth of a second up on that last lap, but Piers Pryor is coming to the end of his stint now. He really is a superman. He's even gone longer in the car than Bradley Philpott did, and that's saying something. He pushes on, very neat and tidy there, the Friction Racing car of Darren Kirk, trying to close up on that is the Storming Camel BMW. There is the Downforce Aston, so that's the distance between the Downforce Aston and the Friction Racing Aston. It's nearly a lap, so I wonder if Piers Pryor is just trying to make sure that we don't lose second position and maintain that advantage. There's your leader, Simply Ace, with their man, the Frenchman Arnaud Tinet, in the car at the moment. It's only a three-man team. It is the smallest team in the race, and the three-man triumvirate is going very well indeed. Now, people will be saying, well, there's only three drivers in that team. Is that an advantage? Well, yes it is, and no it isn't. I suppose it very much depends on who those drivers are. Now, Alex Van Gien has asked, is there anywhere we can see lap times? Yes, there is, but it's only here at Simply Race Milton Keynes, unfortunately. I do apologise. We will try and update with some fast laps as we possibly can, but Simply Ace has just done a 1:32.433, and that's the distance between the two guys behind. They're over a second slower per lap at the moment than the French superstar Arnaud Tinet, who is just increasing that gap very steadily. Tom Brooks has just come and sat beside me. How's the Lemsip consumption?
Not too bad at the moment, actually. I've just had a rest for about 50 minutes, and I'm sounding a little bit less croaky than I did about, well...
You are, actually. You're sounding less Barry White and more Barry Cryer, actually.
Well, more Barry Chuckle at the moment.
Barry Chuckle. All right, all right. Leave it out.
Second, which is good, so... No, excuse me.
I'm sorry, that really is catastrophic, isn't it?
This is terrible.
Well, I should point out, ladies and gentlemen, it is fair game that Tom Brooks even decided to continue on with his plans to be part of the team as well, because he was... This morning you did kind of experience a Mark Webber 2007 Fuji moment, didn't you?
It was a case of, oh yes, things aren't going out the right way they should be, let's put it that way, yes. It was not those pleasant big R+3 when I left Kent, as I'm sure you can imagine, but I soldiered on, broke it out, and made it here, which is good. So I'm happy with that.
Superb, and we're delighted to have you, sir. Absolutely delighted to have you. Now, things are...
Not too much for that.
Checks in the post. Now, Simply Ace still out in front, and now they're currently coming up to lap the Team Misfits Viper for what is going to be the 5th time of asking. And the Viper is making it very difficult for them. That's not exactly playing ball, chaps. Just let them go, for goodness sake. There we go. Yep, Arnaud Tinet has gone through. The Frenchman has taken on the Misfits Viper. That was a very nasty moment about to happen there, and they just about got away with that. So that is good. And now we're witnessing the Downforce Aston pit stop fairly shortly. Surely it can't be too far away. We're certainly hoping that it's just around the corner. And I have a feeling we're going to see some pretty exciting stuff as it develops here. So we'll just see how things continue on. But it's looking good for Simply Ace out in front, as we know. Downforce are in second place in the Aston. And still, things motor on as they are. Well, we're going to pause the Downforce radio feed very briefly and get it back up and running again, because it's close to the end of the 5-hour mark, but the TV feed will continue while we're rebooting, so you won't lose any feed at all, but the Downforce radio feed will pause. You'll just have to hit the reset button and it will go straight back to what it was before. So riding on board then with the Downforce Aston, going very well at present. Just seeing how much work is going into the throttle there. You can just about see fourth gear carried there for Piers Pryor. Oh, he double shifted there, went up into sixth gear, as opposed to what he should really have done there. That's a bit of a nasty moment, but he manages to bring it back together. See, he's much smoother on the brakes than I am. That's probably why I'm a little bit far behind in terms of lap time anyway. But the Downforce Aston going very well at present, which is exactly what we wanted to see. So now we're just waiting to see how the race develops with Friction Racing in third position, trying to lap the Barracuda Porsche. Yes, indeed, through they go. And that's all gone fine and dandy for the moment. So the Friction Racing car still there, neat and tidy in third position. And I have to say, the way that things are currently cooking for Friction Racing, they've got a very strong chance of second or third position in this race. It's not going to be too clear until I think the nighttime stages to see how things are going on that front. Now, more chat. Radtech, can you guys ask some team managers why their teams are named as they are? That's an interesting question. I like that one. So, yes is the answer. Yes, I will ask the team managers. We will ask some team managers why their teams are named as they are. Alex Van Geen has written, I thought mangoes were spelt wrong at first. I have a wedding to go to tomorrow. If I didn't, I'd be there. Fair play. I'm not sure how those two comments are related. I'm sure they probably are in the mind of the beholder or in the mind of the beer holder, depending on which way... Depending on which way you want to look at it, I suppose. So we are deep into the Thrustmaster 24, and Lee Connell has taken over from the Purple Helmets. Thank you very much indeed. He's getting in the car in just a brief moment. So another driver change on the horizon for the purple Ferrari, with the blue Ferrari behind it, trying to gain as much ground as it physically can. So we'll continue on and see how things are currently moving for them. And it's going very well, it has to be said, for that Corvette out in front, isn't it? Walking on water, dancing on ice, or gliding through obscurity at the moment out in front. Just very, very casual, leading quite comfortably and not doing anybody any harm by doing so. It's going very, very well indeed as far as they are concerned. We have now started the Race Day Live radio feed once again on Downforce Radio. So that is going to be... starting back up again in about 30 seconds time. Well, it's already started, but the comms will sync up very nicely in 30 seconds time, and you won't notice it. You won't notice the difference at all. Team Misfits there in P6. The Viper in the pits is the Purple Helmets for that driver change then, which will see Lee Connell get into the motor. And it's gone very well so far for them. Still very much in the hunt, as the Downforce Aston of Piers Pryor closes up on the number 6 Ferrari of 111. Back into the action once again then, the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril here at the Simply Race Simulation Suite in Milton Keynes. Jake Sanson continuing on with live commentary on the Downforce Radio website, downforce-radio.co.uk, with the visual feed is synchronised as well. So if you're only listening via Spreaker, head to the website, downforce-radio.co.uk, hit the link for Simply Race 24, and you can watch the race as well as listen to it. See, that's how much we love you all in Downforce Radio land. We've gone visual for this year as well. So, a couple of really interesting questions that have just been asked on the live video feed race chat, and it's questions that we should ask over the course of proceedings, actually. Radtech has asked, can you guys ask some team managers why their teams are named as they are? Followed by Alex Van Geen, who has said, ask the managers why they picked the cars they did. What did they like about the one they chose against the ones they didn't? Well, I can answer that from the Downforce Racing side of things as the team manager of Downforce Racing. The name is, well, I don't think we need to go into that one. To anyone but a fool, I think it's fairly obvious as to why it's called Downforce Racing. And we chose the Aston Martin for one reason and one reason alone. It's British. There you go. Simple as that. I don't know about any other team. We'll try and ask that question as we go throughout. But we'll do it as much as we can. Friction Racing, apparently, according to LJ Garnett, is a team sort of based on iRacing. Does that mean they're sort of based, or they're sort of based on iRacing? I'm not entirely sure. But they drive on quite a few different sims as well, says LJ Garnett. So I assume he's part of the Friction Racing brigade, and that is why he knows these sorts of things. So, yeah, interesting to see how things have played out so far. If you've just joined us on the Downforce Radio visual or audio feed, or both, we are just about 4 hours nearly into the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril, and it's been pretty much one-way traffic for the Simply Ace Corvette so far. Tom Brooks has joined me once again after a bit of a coughing fit.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I just have to say, on a note of amusement, there's a gentleman to my left. There's a Mazda, basically, a Mazda race car in here, and he's fallen asleep inside of the race car. Oh, dear, that's made my day, that.
Well, they're very comfortable, Mazdas. This is the thing. I owned one for many years, and
it's going to go well.
Well, this is the race logic Ferrari they're trying to get past, and they've managed to lap them. The friction Aston has got through A-OK, so that's not too big an issue. But have we actually had that driver change, or is Piers Pryor refusing to get out of the car
I
yet?
think he's refusing to get out of the car so far. I mean, Scott's been sat there very patiently for 10 minutes with his gloves on. I even offered him some jelly beans, which he had to refuse because he had his gloves on. I think he's regretting that choice now.
Why don't you just offer it to him, Lady in the Tramp style? Can't you just do that, properly? Is that not pleasant? No, okay, fair enough. I'm just saying about the morning. Right, just a question, just ask. Say no, it's fine. So we've got Friction Racing desperately trying to reel in Downforce Racing at the moment, and the pace between these two Astons has pretty much been identical throughout. Tom, are you slightly nervous about this dynamic between the two Astons?
Yeah, it's very close. I have to say the pace has been very promising, and I am slightly nervous. My stint's just after Scott's, I believe. And we'll wait and see how Scott's pace turns out to be. It was pretty good in qualifying, but it's going to be very interesting to see how things come down to when we get in towards the latter part of the first half of this race, and then we go into the night time as well. And that's when this race, I think, is really going to come alive and really come into its own. It adds a different element. Drivers are starting to be fatigued. Cars starting to become more strained, and everyone just, that momentary lapse of concentration, especially in a tight, twisty track such as this, we can't put pay to some kind of a lot of effort in your race really more than anything. So it's going to be interesting to see how things fare, but I have to say I am slightly apprehensive going into my stint.
Lap 150 has been completed by the men out in front. That is Simply Ace in the Corvette C7 with their man Frenchman Arnaud Tinet at the wheel, having had 2-hour stints from Michael Epps and Bradley Philpott. That squealing that you can hear in the background, I should point out, if you can hear it, is not actually anything wrong with a car or even a computer. It's just a cappuccino machine, don't worry. These drivers actually need to stay fully caffeinated all the way throughout, so the boys here at the bar at Simply Race 24 have done an absolutely cracking job to make sure that that is the case. So anybody wondering what that howling squealing was, don't worry, it's just coffee, that's all, it's fine. So Simply Ace out in front. Downforce Racing and Friction Racing in the Astons are about a second or so per lap off that pace, and they're still doing the best they can with it, but that is about the pace that we are. So the Astons not really holding the same sort of pace as the Corvette. Interesting choice from the boys at Simply Ace, because the Corvette, they're the only team that actually has chosen the Corvette of all of the various cars that they could have chosen between. So that was obviously a strategic decision. They went for that. And Tom Brooks has more news.
Yes, indeed. Prior out, Woodward in. We have a driver change for Downforce.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. So there we go. And Michael Epps has tweeted actually in the last minute or so. Arnaud Tinet in now. Mine and Bradley's first SR24 stints done, and they're leading by 1 minute and 10 seconds. They were indeed. So there you are. You can of course follow the action on Twitter. It's hashtag SR24 on Twitter. Mr. B has just tweeted to us. Hello, Mr. B. Watching Simply Race on Downforce Radio. Very bizarre watching a video game being played in real time. Yes, it is rather. But I have to say, having been a commentator for a couple of WEC rounds in the past, being on the podium ceremony at the Le Mans 24 Hours for Eurosport last year, and having done a couple of rounds of Blancpain in the past, personally and genuine, I'm not making this up, there's no difference for me. There's no difference at all in the quality of this compared to that. So, talk about timing. What about the man who is the man of the moment, 2 hours in the seat, and Piers Pryor joins us. Piers, you look absolutely buzzing. You look like you're about to get in.
Oh, that was so much fun. I love that. I love long stints. I don't get so often to do them that. I mean, how long was that? Was that 2 hours? 2 hours 10?
I think that was at least 2 hours 10.
It was 2 hours 10. I was fuel saving as well as driving, so I could make sure the stints were really long.
I think if it had been any longer, Scott Woodward would have picked you up and wrestled you to the ground for the chance to get in the seat.
Was he chomping at the bit to get in? Was he? I bet he was like, come on, Viz, get in the bit.
It's my turn. But no, you've had over 2 hours in the car. It's been a very interesting battle so far. How are you kind of finding it at the moment? Is it easy to get into, or are you finding that you're having to wait until the car responds to your driving style?
Oh, actually, it was difficult and practice and quality. I still hadn't got the car, I didn't really know how to drive the car to its max. And with that, obviously, you get 2 hours in the car, you know exactly how you're feeling, you know exactly where to brake, where to turn. I really love that. I love trying to get exactly the same lap time every single lap. I really enjoy doing that. and I think I got the hang of it towards the end there. I was saving the tyres really well. So I managed to be able, in that last second of my session stints, I actually ran the S7s, the softer of the medium compound tyres, whereas I was running the harder in the first session, just because I was holding onto the tyres and the fuel as well. I seemed to be able to go about 4 laps longer than Simply Ace in first and third place guys. Should be gained almost half a lap on the guys in third, I think.
Absolutely, and there's been a couple of on-track battles where you've either been tripping over back markers or and actually, as we say that, the the Storming Camel BMW just took a massive muller into the barrier there on the exit of turn 5. That was a nasty moment, but you've had to dodge a couple of those sorts of incidents over the course of the last 2 hours.
Yeah, some of the back markers are quite erratic. I mean, obviously some of them aren't that experienced, it's not their fault, but quite a lot of them are sort of sometimes unclear as to which side they want you to pass, and so there's a few tangles, but I think on the whole they were very good. I think I only had a couple of mistakes. One of them was my own mistake. I just went off at the second last corner and just brought it back on, lost a couple of seconds. But had a couple of tangles with the guys in the Mission Motorsport. They sort of locked up under brakes. They seem to find braking quite difficult, but that's obviously because they've got hand controls. It's not quite the same, and they're obviously struggling a little bit there. But yeah, it was good in general, and I really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Well, Alex Van Geen has been chatting away on the Simply Race YouTube feed. He says, I'm missing the answers to my questions as the feed keeps jumping. I am loving this, though. It's as good as watching all real racing. Well, I want to go back and answer those questions for you again, Alex, because you did miss that. Oh, but just as we say that, the 111 Ferrari has gone for a Burton. That's a bit of a nasty one on the exit of turn 2, and fair play to every other team in the vicinity for missing them. I'm just kind of hoping the Mission Motorsport Aston does the same thing, and just at the wrong moment we leave them, just as the Race Logic Ferrari pits in, and Julian Thomas has got out of the car, so there is a driver change there. So we have managed to get that sorted for Julian Thomas. He has now made that change of driver change. So we'll see how that one works out. But no, to come back to what we were saying with Alex Van Geen, he was basically saying, I'm missing the answers to my questions as the feed keeps jumping. He asked earlier, why did the managers pick the cars that they did, which was kind of in answer to Radtech saying, why did the teams pick the names of team that they did? Well, I know you asked I answered from the downforce point of view, but you missed it because the feed was jumping. So we'll try again. I think anyone but a fool can see why Downforce Racing is named Downforce Racing. But the reason we chose the Aston is pure and simple. It's British. It's as simple as that. No other intelligence went into that decision at all. It's a British car. We're a British radio station. Simple as that. We'll have to ask some of the other teams why they've chosen the names and cars they've gone for. But yes, interesting that Simply Ace in the Corvette have only got the only team to have gone for the Corvette. And
went for that is because there was no one racing the Corvette, and they thought, well, no one's racing it, so we might as well jump in it.
That's amazing. And it's proved to be the car of the field so far. Only one team with the Storming Camel, with the BMW Z4, sorry, that is Storming Camel, who we just saw muller themselves into the barrier quite vociferously earlier on. But it's getting there. Radtech has written in as well, when SR get more seats, we can have a proper multiple class race. That would be cool. Let's have, well, do I really want to consider the possibility of these kind of cars going up against LMP prototypes at the same time? That's a horrifying thought, not a good one.
I think it'd be amazing. I think it'd be all.
I thought you would.
Oh, great fun, but it could be quite messy at some
That's because you're a stickler for punishment, Piers. That's the problem.
Well, I thought it'd be great. I love LMP cars, and against GT cars, it would be awesome to see the multi-class battles going on. It would be really complicated, but at the same time really realistic, and I think I'd love it.
Well, of course, they are going to run this event 12 months from now again, as far as we are aware. But Simply Race does a multitude of different events over the course of a year. Every Friday, there is basically unlimited racing that goes on from 8 p.m. every Friday here at Milton Keynes. And I believe for £25, everybody is guaranteed at least 75 minutes worth of track time, which is more than you'll ever get for karting.
Oh, that is great value. You get to drive any circuit in the world, you get to drive touring cars, GT cars, Formula cars, whatever you want, all 25 quid, 75 minutes racing. It's great value and great fun, actually.
And you don't get wet.
And you don't get wet if it rains. And also it doesn't beat you up as much, although I feel sore in places just because sitting in that position.
But then, of course, they also run the SRTCC, which is the Simply Race Touring Car Championship, which runs every month on the last Sunday
of every month. So if you're thinking, well, actually, I'm not too bad at touring car racing online, even if you're not bad at touring car racing, for real, do come along and race, because there are professional drivers that use that tool.
Even if you just want like watching touring cars, come along, and it's an easy way to get into racing, and you can move from there, or you can just, it's a great way to go racing for not much money.
Fantastic. Oh, LJ Garner has been in touch as well. Sorry for the delay. Friction Racing drives on iRacing in its World Championship Series, also on R Factor 2 for this event, and they do some Assetto Corsa as well. Ooh, get you the Assetto Corsa.
Assetto Corsa is, I think, my favourite. It's so realistic, and I think the guys know what they're doing with that. But I'd love to see if these things would run Assetto as well, just to compare.
I have to say, I did really enjoy my go on Assetto Corsa at the Ferrari Challenge a couple of years ago at Silverstone, when we were given the Raffaele Marcello personal best in a Ferrari F1 car and made to deal. And a certain Scott Woodward was only half a second off that. It's quite frightening, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's showing his pace now. I mean, he's going around doing some pretty solid laps. He was quick. He got up to the speed really quickly in the practice. He only had I think he only had 6 or 7 laps, and he was already on the pace. So he can drive, that guy.
Well, he's got an Xbox One recently. I think he misses rig racing, you know. He's pretty quick at it, as we all know. But now our focus at the moment on the screen, yeah, that is the cappuccino machine coming back into life. The Misfits are out on first in 5th position at the moment, with their man behind the wheel at present, and that is Andy Fellows, who is now in the car. We've had Callum Cripps, and we've also had some movement out on track from David Williams and from Daisy, that is Adam Cater, of course. But now out in front, there's some great nicknames in this race, isn't there? Love it, Daisy. It's not the worst nickname we've had either, to be fair. We've had a few more. I'm not going into that. It's far too early in the night. So Downforce and Friction swapping lap times with the Astons. There's only about a tenth of a second or so between them per lap. So holding that pace quite consistently. A 1:36.8 last time for Scott Woodwis in the Downforce Aston, and the Friction Aston, which currently has Darren Kirk at the wheel, on a 1:34.8. So not far between them at all. Purple Helmets are on a good pace. A 1:34.7 the last time round. And should we get Brad Philpott a coffee? Yeah, go on then, Piers. He's going to get Brad Philpott a coffee. That's very nice of him. See, there's a lot of... to talk. Yeah, get Brad Philpott over here. I thought you were going to get him a coffee. What am I on about? Sorry, folks. It's been that long. I'm sorry. Piers Pryor being very efficient to try and grab interviews for drivers, and there's me thinking he just wants to give him a coffee. I don't know. No first dates on Downforce. Right, I think he's doing some driver coaching at the moment, is he?
He's on first man duty to make sure nothing goes wrong, I think. But
well, that's going to be interesting, because I was told on Thursday night that Arnaud Tinet does not speak much English. So how is Brad Philpott coaching him? Is he just going vite, vite, mange tout, mange tout? What's he actually doing at this moment?
I think you might speak more English than Brad lets on. But
yes, yeah, probably. We don't believe that one. Simply Ace out in front then on a pace at the moment, solidly in the 1:34s, 1:34.7s currently at the moment. Scott Woodwis on the 1:36s at present. Here he is. We wondered where he'd got to. Bradley Philpott, Rock Factor legend, is here. Yes, 2 hours or so in the car. That seemed pretty easy, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't that easy. It was all right. It was manageable.
So, over the course of the event, you've obviously so far had to watch Michael Epps have that valiant dogfight with Jesper Pedersen, and he wowed us all with that one. Oh, hang on the feed, just as we're chatting away. That nearly got a little bit too close for comfort with Scott Woodwis trying to lap the Misfits driver there, and I know from experience you don't mess about with Scott Woodwis when he's on the sim. He'll listen back to that one. He'll listen back to that one and seethe with anger at that. Sorry, Scott. But no, yeah, you had to watch the fantastic battle with Epps and Pedersen and then replicate that kind of pace. But it looked quite tricky out there at times.
Yeah, the trickiest part is obviously lapping traffic when they're not really aware of you coming through. It's the same as in real world racing. The guys who are obviously slightly slower have their hands full keeping control of the car and looking forward, so they don't always see you coming in the mirrors, but apart from that, the general driving of the car was great. Really enjoying driving our car. Love our Corvette. It's we've had the Misfits car had a little accident there in the background, but yeah, really enjoying the Corvette and loving my stints.
Is it true that the only reason you picked the Corvette is because nobody else did?
Yeah, absolutely. We wanted the full suite of all the cars, and obviously everybody had the opportunity to try all the cars and see what they thought. They're basically performance equalised anyway, but the Corvette we like the look of, we like the sound of, and no one else chose it, so we went for that one.
And is it turning out to be an inspired choice?
Yeah, to be honest,
I've driven all the cars, and I've done basically the same lap times in all of them, but the Corvette, I just love the noise, and it turns in really nicely, it suits me, so I think Epps and Arno are finding the same thing.
What you don't know while you've been in the car for the last 2 hours is that the commentator sat here is desperately been trying to keep an eye on what's actually happening with things, has got his worms messed up and accidentally called you Phil Bradpot earlier on. So you have a new nickname, by the way, which is Pot the Phil Brad. I hope you don't mind that.
Okay, that one is new. Phil Bradpot's not new. Phil Bradpot I get called all the time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mr. Pot, I get that
Mr.
as well.
Pot. Well, no, you're now known as Pot the Brad Phil, or something along the lines of Pot the Phil Brad. I don't know. That's it's ended up happening. But now that Scott, get it back together, my friend. Yes, back on the track. Well,
I'd like to ask how you guys are getting on, because obviously you're, I wouldn't say surprisingly, but like you guys are running second.
no, we're not surprised. We're not surprised when you put Piers Pryor, Dan Blake, and John Munro on the same sim racing team. Everything will go smoothly. It's fine. We know.
Is that who's driven so far?
No, Dan has yet to drive the car, to be fair, but so far we've had John starting, and he was very, very strong for us in the first stint. And Mr. Pryor's just done 2 hours and 10 minutes and looked as fresh as a daisy when he got out. And now Mr. Woodwiss is there at the moment. I'm not doing my stint until much, much later. So much later, when we're like 3 laps ahead of everybody, and then we can't lose too much. That's the idea.
So how are you finding the whole event? Because I'm sat here, I'm seeing the sun go down outside, I'm watching the sun start to set, the shadows grow longer on the sim. It just looks stunning, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, visually, it is as spectacular as being in a Eurosport commentary box for Blancpain. It's identical in terms of feel. For me personally, I absolutely love what we've got here because, you know, it's as interactive as you want it to be. Everybody all over the world can watch it for free and interact and be matey about it. And they know that, you know, when the race is over, people can dash over on Sunday afternoon and they might be able to come and do it themselves. You know, it's wonderful. And with all the different things and different categories that you can race on, this is a genuinely difficult challenge. You know, you really have to put your A game out to be on the pace with people. I'm nervous, but to know that I can hack it, just about, it does make one feel, you know, you can actually drive a decent car on a decent track against decent people, and it kind of makes you think, you know, you could actually race against pros.
And do you find that as you're watching it, people are getting to grips with it a little bit more? The talent seems to be improving. Is that something that's noticeable?
I think so. Eventually. Oh yes. Oh, Arnold.
We've had our car has had a little accident there, so.
What's it like watching your car have an accident?
It's it's happened before, not with Arno, with me. So it's just one of those things.
Wait a minute, what's happened here, Brad? You're the one interviewing me all of a sudden. What's happened here? You're asking me all the questions now. What's happening?
I've been out of it for a while.
Sure, I suppose.
So I'm interested to know how it's all been going and what's been going on. I've been
fascinating to watch. We are about to see a replay. I think this is the chaos of the Simply Ace incident. Let's see what happened with Arno Tinney at the wheel. Arno.
Been an unforced error by the looks of what I just saw there. Let's see. So he's going into. Oh no! Oh, it's Team Red Shirts rejoining unsafely. Oh, Arno was completely blameless. He tried to avoid it, drove off the racing line, and got nailed by Team Red Shirts.
Well, you have to say, you know, when you make your way back onto the circuit after an incident like that, I mean, look.
Losing the rear end, yeah, that's a little bit heinous, that particular drive. If you've lost control and you've gone off the track into the barriers, you need to brake to a stop rather than floor the throttle and spin back onto the racing line. If that was real life, that would be potentially major injuries and also potentially some
massive damage. Well, that would have been your race over in real life. That would have been your race over.
So luckily we had a little bit of a cushion. Hopefully that hasn't flustered Arno too much. Let's see, why did the red shirts go off in the first place? They had a little tap from behind from Barracuda, but I'm not sure. I need to see that again to know.
I love it when you say Barracuda because every time you say it, you actually do the Macarena sound. I love that. But yes, just rejoining the circuit far too rapidly, and that, I'm sorry, in any man's language, that warrants a penalty. I'm sorry, really, really does, and I think race control has just verified it. That is going to be a recipient of a penalty. It's going to be a 10-second penalty, I've been told.
Fortunately for my team, although you never want to have a spin, it looked like Arno managed to get to grips with that again and carry on without too much drama. So it was a full 360, back onto the track, and off he went. So hopefully he can carry on. This, incidentally, is Arno's first real serious event like this. He's done a bit of karting in the past, but nothing with quite the complexity of this. Obviously, it's like driving a real car. Apart from the G-forces not being involved, what you're feeling through your arms physically, and what you're hearing, and all the physical motions you're having to make with your limbs are the same as if it was in a real car. And so he's still got the same pressure. He's still got competitors all around him. He's still going to make the right decisions under pressure. So he's doing a good job. I'm quite proud of him.
Considering this is his first event, the lap time he's just done a 1:32.4.
No, that's actually our fastest.
Oh, that's the fastest lap of the race so far. My apologies. That was you. No, what was it? Fair play. But no, lap times. You obviously there is an element to wanting to get the fastest lap in there, but I suppose you guys are much more focused on trying to make sure that there's as much fluidity in your stints as possible. You want to be within as close to 1/10 of every lap you're doing as possible.
Yeah, definitely, because it might look like we're a bit comfortable right now, kind of 4 and a bit hours in, but anything can go wrong. We're only a minute and a bit up the road. If we have any kind of mechanical problem, real world mechanical problem, if our steering wheel stops working, which is something that could happen, or the screens break or anything like that, or we lose a lot of time with a large incident on the circuit, all of our hard work can be out the window and we can be back to square one. So we're fully focused on driving home any advantage that we've managed to eke out and not losing any time at any point. So yeah, you're right. Basically, qualifying laps every lap within reason. The tyres go off. But yeah, trying to be as fast as possible all the time. We're not sitting back and relaxing at all.
It's a long way to go, but you guys are not resting on laurels. You guys are really trying to make sure that all of you are going together. And what's interesting as well about you guys is that you're the only team out there as well, not only to pick the Corvette, but you guys are the only team with only 3 drivers. Now, what was the thinking behind that?
We just didn't get a 4th driver interested. No, we were quite happy with our 3. We were all quite enthusiastic about it.
Could have thrown you about 3 or 4 names would have been interested.
It certainly makes things, lots of shadows in the pit lane now. Sun's really setting. Yeah, there's a few advantages. All the practice time we get is shared between fewer people, so we've done more laps relative to other teams, so that's a good thing. It's also simpler in terms of strategy, and we don't have complicated numbers of drivers. It's just 2 hours on and then 4 hours off each time. And also we didn't want to, like I said on Downforce Radio the other evening on Pitboard, we didn't want to dilute the speed. We didn't want to bring anyone else in that could potentially hold us back. But what the counter to that is we're all completely knackered. There's no time. We've always got someone watching. We need someone to be watching the pod in case anything goes wrong, so they can notify race control. And that means I'm here, obviously talking to you. So there's not a lot of time, not a lot of downtime to go and get food. So I'm looking forward to the pizza, which is imminent, I hear.
Oh yes, the pizza is coming. That's the other great thing about Simply Race. The catering is marvellous. Well, he's going to be in the car with the pizza. Yeah, it'll be cold by the time you get out, mate. So, yeah.
Stints very cleverly. So
why do you think I'm not getting in the car until after the pizza has been and gone? Why there's methods to my madness. Brad, I know you've got a lot coming up, so I'm going to let you crack on with it. But thanks for talking to us.
No problem. I'll come and give you a hand on the graveyard shift if there's no one willing to come and chat during the middle of the night.
Very nice of you. Thank you very much, Brad Philp. Oh, I'm getting some weird form of massa. It's Tom Brooks. You always know when there's inappropriate levels of touching. Tom Brooks is never too far away.
Oh no, I like to keep in check. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So no real news really more than anything. Scott's now setting consistent lap times, which is very good. They're pretty quick as well. They're only about a tenth slower than Friction Racing, I believe, in 3rd position. So that's pretty good in comparison. Quite happy with that altogether. Yeah, things are looking on the up. We've got pizza coming in half an hour as well, which is going to be better, to be honest. And then we'll see who's going to go out next. But everything is settling down now. Triple One Motorsport and Mango's racing are on the same lap as each other, but they're quite a distance apart. So that's how things are looking pretty good.
Yes, indeed. Radtech has just got in touch with us again. Domino's Pizza? I think it is Domino's. Piers Pryor just did a fist bump. Brilliant. Domino's, yes. Come on, you're not allowed Domino's Pizza. You're an MSA Formula driver in waiting. You can't have pizza, surely.
It's my favourite food. I don't have it often, but when I do have it, I enjoy it a lot.
Fair play. Also, Jonathan Provost has been in touch. Loving the coverage so far. When are you going to work your magic in the car? I assume he's addressing me. I've just been told I'm next. So when Scott Woodward's shift is over, it's my turn. So that's... It's not Domino's. What is it?
It's a massive Costco pizza. 18 massive Costco pizzas. There you go. Not even Papa John's. What's going on? It's appalling. Absolutely appalling. But yes, no. Yes, we will review the pizza during the course of the race so that you know the quality of the catering. Trust me. It's important that the audience need to know these things. It's important. We're very passionate about 3 things in the world of sim racing: good graphics, good race quality, and good catering. It's important. These things need to be done properly. So, back to the race. We haven't talked about the race for a while, to be fair. Simply Ace are out in front still, with Arnaud Tinet at the wheel. We're riding on board with the Misfits car, or at least we were briefly. Race Logic in the Ferrari, out in 6th position at the moment. Into turn 1, a little bit tight as they go through. Just to give you a bit of a rundown as to who's in the car at the moment. The Type 100 has just asked, can you ask Cameron Tinkler what he thinks of Simply Drive in comparison to Live for Speed? Where is Cameron Tinkler? That's a good question to try and ask him if we can find him later on. Yes, Radtech, review the pizza. Yes, we will review the pizza. What do you want marks out of? Out of 10 or out of 100 for percentage? I don't want. Let us know. Let us know. Yes, Simply Race is what the Type 100 meant. Adam Weller, oh God, goodbye podium for Downforce then. Thanks, Weller. Cheers. Great confidence you have in your leader. 10 seconds between... there's 10 seconds between us and Friction at the moment, so maybe me getting in the car is not the best moment, but never mind, we'll try anyway. We are, 4th position, quite a couple of laps behind, so we might not drop lower than 3rd, that's all right. Just to give you a rundown as to who is in each car at present. Mission Motorsport currently has Ash Hall at the wheel. The red shirt's Porsche, that's Henry Wright at the moment. Scott Woodwis is in the Downforce Aston. The Storming Camels, for the 2nd time today, it is Nick Grove in the car. For the 2nd stint. Then it is Kevin Wade, the Barracuda machine. Ian Henderson has taken his first stint in the 111 Ferrari. Then it is Julian Thomas for a 2nd time in the Race Logic Ferrari. No, hang on. Surely he's been replaced since then. I'm not sure Race Logic are updating us with who the driver in their car is. Somebody, Race Logic. Yes, I'm looking at you. Teammate, though, Friction, they have updated. It's Darren Kirk in the car. Purple Helmets have Lee Connell. The Misfits, it's currently Andy Fellows in the Viper. Mangoes, that's Chris Hughes, although I'm fairly sure he's had a replacement driver change recently as well. And Arnaud Tinet is in the Simply Race. Radtech asks, what's LFS? We can define what that is. It's Live for Speed. It's not a very well-known sim, but it's a very authentic one. Piers, I think you can talk from knowledge.
It comes I've never actually driven it, but I know a lot of my close friends who I race with a lot rate it very, very highly. Everyone says it's like the original sim, and apparently it's got the best tyre physics in all of sim racing ever. I mean, people talk about how the fact you can just feel the tyres working, and every now and again we get a group of them go and race it, even though it's like nearing 15 years old now, I think, or sort of 12, 15 years old, then it still works very well. So
to a similar way, I suppose, that a lot of the rallying simulation leagues, they still use Richard Burns Rally after about 15, 16 years that's been running.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I've never driven it, but everyone seems to really like it. I've never been a fan of rally games, really.
Until Dirt Rally, anyway.
Well, yeah, Dirt Rally. Yeah.
Got my copy waiting on my hard drive, I tell you. Not on the PC, on the Xbox One. It's ready. 4th of April, bang. 5th of April, sorry. There it will be, and I'll be playing, and nobody will see me for about a year after that. So, that'd just be the way. Perfect. At the moment in time, 1:68 is the lap we are currently on, with Simply Ace out in front. The Downforce Aston and Friction Aston are 2nd and 3rd, and that is a Porsche in the gravel trap. That is the Barracuda Porsche in 10th position, just recovering. But this is the car that's on the move, the Friction Aston, with their man at the wheel, who is currently Darren Kirk. He is closing up very quickly on the Downforce Aston, so Scott Woodwis may well be about to lose that 2nd position on the road for the moment, but there's still plenty of time back to the Purple Helmets. They are 2 laps further adrift, but the Aston Martin battle, it started right at the start with John Munro and Dean Prescott. It looks like it's going to be game on again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Scott very fast. Scott's doing some nice consistent laps, but they've just got the pacers around right now, I think. Is that
Not sure who that is. It is Friction Racing.
Friction Racing, yeah, catching Scott quite a rate of knots.
Is this consistency is all we need to be achieving at this moment in time. It's not too much of a catastrophe at this moment. So we're doing the best. I mean, Radtech is telling me I should have a PC. Yes, I know I should have a PC. And I agree with you. I should have a PC. But I don't. And that's the way it is, unfortunately. And there's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. So we'll just have to kind of cope with that as best as is physically possible. So at this moment in time, we're just informing you, unfortunately, that the Spreaker feed has fallen very briefly, unfortunately. We're going to try and get it back up and running as soon as is physically possible. That's going to take about 5 minutes or so to get the radio feed back up and running. Apologies for that, but the video feed is still working absolutely fine and dandy, so we're going to keep that going as long as is physically possible, and it is going perfectly fine at the moment. So we'll continue chatting away on that. We have lost the chat feed for the moment just while we reboot things, but we are doing that. It's a Downforce radio problem, don't worry, it's not a Simply Race problem this time, but it is a 24-hour race. You know, we're going to have as many technical problems as the drivers and the teams are, so that's fine, don't worry about it. Exactly, we're doing fine, it's no problem. But there is a slight headache approaching now for the Downforce Aston as the red shirts Porsche obliges very nicely by driving onto the grass and getting out of the way of the two Astons, who are about to re-engage in their thrilling first hour battle from earlier on. In fact, that is the gap now. Simply Ace and, well, the Downforce Aston and the Friction Aston, in terms of best lap time, the gap is just a tenth of a second difference, with Friction slightly faster. But we are getting to the stage now where the battle is going to rage once more. And it's been incredibly close all the way throughout. That's what I love about this race. You know, we're into, what, the 5th hour now, halfway through the 5th hour, and the racing has been incredibly close throughout. It has not been one team dominating. Even Simply Ace have had to, you know, really work hard to keep this lead up.
Yeah, I think I love about 24-hour races, long endurance races, is everything ebbs and flows. You get quicker drivers on different old tyres, new tyres, different stints. And as you see, the Friction Racing car are catching us now, whereas we were catching them earlier on. I'm sure we'll go the other way again at some point. It's all so close as well, considering there's only, I mean, I say only 12 cars a second. There's 12 cars a second. It's quite a long map, so it is good. It's really good, actually. I'm enjoying being part of it and also watching it as well.
It is fascinating watching just how the way the race has ebbed and flowed so far. Dan Blake is just keeping an eye on proceedings while Scott is in the car, in the zone, and we're riding on board with Darren Kirk, who is currently sat in 3rd position, and this is for position. This is not to be unlapped. This is for position in the battle for P2, with the Downforce Aston being reined in by the Friction Aston, who has been making an awful lot of time very, very quickly. And we should make a note of these guys. You know, they're doing an absolutely brilliant job. They do have Simply Race experience prior to this. They've actually got Simply Race logos all over their cars. So not doing too badly to reel in the Downforce Aston that's been in 2nd position pretty much since the end of the 2nd hour. And now it looks as though the position is going to swing back in the favour of the Friction Aston team. And it has to be said, that's the way this race is going to play out throughout the entirety of. There's going to be a lot of changes of position as the 24 hours continues. We're 19 and a half to go, and there's still plenty of action yet to develop in this race. So it's going to take a long time, I think, for the ebb and flow of this race to play itself out. But now it's getting really close. The Astons are very, very tight into each other, and it's not going to be too long before we're really starting to talk about how close the battle is. So we're going to try and keep on top of this battle as long as is physically possible, and it's still going to be very, very close as this continues on. But we've got a slight change of driver. Steph Godfrey has got into the Mission Motorsport car now, and Scott Woodward has managed to pull away a little bit from the Friction Aston with the aid of Ash Hall, or no, sorry, Steph Godfrey now in the Mission Motorsport Aston, and he manages to lap him without too much of a headache. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that continues to play out. But I think it's a matter of when is the Friction Aston going to get on the tail of the Downforce Aston, rather than if the Friction Aston is going to close up. But we're still watching, or on board with Scott Woodwis actually, as they continue on their way. You rejoin us on the Downforce radio feed at a particularly exciting moment of the Thrustmaster 24. Jake Sanson, Piers Pryor and co with you on the live radio feed as we are witnessing deep into the 5th hour of the Simply Race 24, the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril. Scott Woodwiss has taken over the Downforce Aston, while the Corvette C7 of Simply Ace are still leading the way with the Frenchman Arnaud Tinet at the wheel. And now the battle is for second position. Scott Woodwiss in the Aston for Downforce Racing, and the Friction Racing Aston, currently driven by Darren Kirk. The battle is on, and Pierce Pryor, this is going to get very, very close indeed.
Yeah, Scott's a very quick driver. I think before this event, Darren actually held the lap record, didn't he, in these cars here around the circuit, if I'm not wrong. So Scott's going to work it out, he's going to keep it grinding.
It's going to be incredibly close to see how these guys battle throughout. But I would not be at all surprised to see this continuously develop as a battle. It's going to be really, really close as these guys continue to push further forward. So taking a little bit more time out of Woodwiss on the last lap. Darren Kirk is closing in. Down to the braking zone for turn 1. Woodwiss, the back end, steps out a little bit, and he's used a lot of curb. This is going to be second position. He shuts the door very valiantly there to keep Darren Kirk at bay. That is Woodwiss in defense mode. You shall not pass. He could pass for Gandalf if he keeps that up. Absolutely brilliant. Back to the inside line, and Woodwiss runs deep again, and they've got the Race Logic Ferrari in front of them. That's going to cause a bit of a headache for both drivers if they can't get through, and there's a slipping and sliding red shirts Porsche in front of that little gaggle as well. So as Kirk tries to make the move on Woodwiss in the Aston, that was close. The red shirts Ferrari gets well out of the way and lets them both go. But now we've got the Race Logic Ferrari, and that's very sporting, moves aside and lets them both go. But I have a feeling this is about to tense up, because Woodwiss and Kirk are getting very close to each other.
This race is so close, using the back markers. They're both driving on the limit. As you can see, Scott's sideways and all over the place. He went a bit wide at the first corner and managed to recover just to hold his position. I think it's going to only be a matter of time, but Scott is defending valiantly, I think.
Brilliant stuff so far from these two, and the racing is only going to get closer between the two Aston Martins from here. We are going to bring back the chat feed. Apologies for that brief break in the conversation. We had to do a little bit of a restart, but everything is a-okay. And still, this battle with the Astons is continuing unabated. Woodwiss in second place in the Downforce Aston, Kirk in the third place Aston, the friction car, and the battle really is raging between the two of them in terms of lap time. There is not much in it, and Kirk, look, he's actually trying to psych out Woodwiss in the Aston, just trying to see if he can get through. Now we're going to watch a replay here. This is the battle earlier on, is it, or is this another incident that we're trying to keep an eye on earlier on? Don't tell me Arnaud Tinet has got himself in another incident out in the lead, but we're into replay mode, and we're trying to figure out something that's happened on circuit. Not entirely sure what that would be, but it certainly seems as though somebody has transgressed in some way, and maybe that means we're going to see, we're looking at a replay of an incident. This is Tinet on the inside of the Barracuda Porsche. Oh dear, that's not quite gone well. Now we've seen that once or twice already in the race, and I think it was Brad Philpott earlier on actually had an incident where he was lapping a back marker and ended up tagging a back marker into submission, and that was very close indeed for the Purple Helmets Ferrari. From your point of view, Piers, if you were the driver in the U Barracuda car, even though that's the leader coming up to lap you, you'd want something done about that.
Yeah, I think that's unfortunate, really. Arnaud's just obviously misjudged the speed that the Porsche is going to take through the corner. He's tried to undercut him, and then I think the Porsche is trying to pull over onto the right, let him through, and there's just a miscommunication. They've collided. As the Friction Racing has a massive slide at the last corner through there. It's going to hurt his run through down the main straight. So hopefully Scott will be able to hold on for another lap.
Out to the Parabolica, these two are having an absolute ding-dong of a fight, and it looks as if it could just get better from here. It's really starting to tighten up, these two, and the pace is really starting to build as they try to push each other further forward down the race circuit. Both drivers trying to get the most out of this car. And now there might be an opportunity as Woodwiss has to defend into turn 2, takes a lot of curb to the inside line to try and keep everybody at bay. And there is a stop and go penalty for the race leaders. How about that? The number 12 Corvette leading the way is currently about to experience a stop and go penalty. 10 seconds for causing an avoidable accident. That is the verdict. So it was that incident with U Barracuda. So a 10-second penalty. Unfortunately for them, that's going to hamper things already. And it really is starting to end up as a very close encounter. Oh, there goes the Aston. There goes the Aston. Scott Woodwis overshoots in the turn, and that is the Downforce Aston down into third position then. That is such a shame. He was doing very, very well up to that point. It's very, very easy though. As you know, we've said this a couple of times before. It's very, very easy, isn't it, to get this, just that little lapse of concentration. It's the tiniest little thing. That's all it takes. Just one lap of concentration, and there's not much you can do about it.
Oh, it's so hard. You have to keep concentrated for the whole stint. I mean, as we just saw with Scott there, you have 1 5-second lapse of concentration and you lose, I think he'd lost nearly 10 seconds there, hasn't he? It's unfortunate because he was driving so well. He's just outbraked himself going into the straight, the tight corner after the long back straight, and he managed to savour it well. Just didn't spin, half spin and get going again, but unfortunately that's given the place to action racing.
These things happen, and there's not much that can be done about that now except continue on valiantly regardless. Now we're going to keep up with the various bits and pieces of tidbits of information you guys have been sharing on the YouTube video feed, which is still through our website as well, downforce-radio.co.uk. Both the radio and visual coverage are on that as well. Let's have a look. Rob Cox has written in, very talented racing driver. Rob Cox, I've got a 2-hour around Bathurst tomorrow in the same cars. It's not bad, Rob. I have to say, you're going to enjoy those 2 hours, particularly considering it's around Mount Panorama. Radtech might enter a team next year. We strongly recommend it. We strongly recommend it, young sir. It's definitely worth it. He's also asked, do the teams get to use race assists, i.e. traction control? The official answer is they weren't going to, and then they heard I was coming, and then they changed the... No, I'm just joking. They do race various different setups. So on this particular race, ABS, stability and traction control are all permitted, largely because of the Mission Motorsport boys, because they have not really had much of an opportunity to do this kind of activity before, and a lot of them of course are racing on a sim of this magnitude for the very first time in a 24-hour race, and basically the choice was given. It's up to you whether you do or don't. It's not compulsory, it's definitely not mandatory, so it's entirely up to the drivers as to what they choose to run with and not, and I've decided I'm running with everything just because I think it might make more sense in the long run, let's put it that way. So, what else are we chatting away? Rob Cox, I need to get involved next time. This is fun. It certainly is, sir. Radtech has also said, Rob Cox, if you need another driver. We've got a driver sign-up going on the chat here. They're having a conversation about driver lineups for next year. This is brilliant.
Not sure if the chat on the stream from this is actually a legally binding document. You have to be careful there, lads.
Exactly. Jonathan Provost, in terms of car setup, are they all the same, or are teams given the chance to change them? That's a good question, John. Piers, what do you make of that?
We're all given base setup, which means the cars are all very, very even. I think we can only do minor changes, so we can change the tyre pressures at the pit stop, you can change the rear wing and the amount of fuel you put in, and also the compounding tyre. But apart from that, all the cars are on the base setup, and they've been, balance of performance is all right in there, so it's just the minor tweaks you can make to fine-tune it to your handling, the car, the tyre wear, whatever.
I can verify the level of detail I've been given in terms of my preparation for my stint, as I've even been told at what rate of revs per minute I should be changing gear. That is literally to the absolute finite detail as to how to make sure that we're doing a good job as a team, and that's I love that level of authenticity. I'm feeling like a real racing driver doing it, and I think that's what's really, really impressive about this entire event. And that's a lot of drivers who are not normally professional racing drivers are taught how to act like one, and that's brilliant. And it's making me feel like I can achieve anything, really.
Yeah.
Slowly, but I can achieve everything. So the order at the moment: Simply Ace out in front, then in the Corvette C7R, number 12, with Arnaud Dinet at the wheel. Friction Racing with their man Darren Kirk is now in second position, with the Downforce Aston Scott Woodwis at the wheel, currently in third place. Fourth position are the Purple Helmets Ferrari squad with their man Lee Connell at the wheel. And then in fifth position, I think, is still the Race Logic Ferrari. Not entirely sure on that one. I'll verify that in just a moment when the... It sounds right, doesn't it? It sounds like it should be the Race Logic Ferrari. It's been there for a while. Purple Helmets Ferrari, the purple one, is definitely there in fourth position. Sorry, it's Misfits. My apologies. It's Misfits who are in fifth position with Andy Fellows at the wheel at the moment. The Race Logic Ferrari is there in sixth position. I don't believe it's Julian Thomas still in the car. Well, actually, having said that, it might be. I can't see from there, so it might be Julian Thomas. But I definitely saw him get out of the car shortly after he'd been in it, so maybe he just got out for a stretch. He's doing a double run, Scott Woodwis. Okay, I thought he might do. Oh, that's the Friction Racing Aston that's gone. So, a mistake from the Friction Racing Aston. That's a big one, and Scott Woodwis is right on his tail once again. So just when we've had a big battle, we're going to have another one. Brilliant.
Awesome racing, awesome. It's a mistake, I think. Was it?
Oh, the BMW's in the way now. This is going to cause a real issue. And Scott Woodwis has got a great run and through into second position. Brilliant overtaking run there. Absolutely superb.
Great drive by Scott. Just saw the gap and then went for it. And I think the BMW, the back marker, helped a little bit there. He tried to get out of the way, but ended up hindering the Friction Racing.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Darren Kirk is down the back straight. An absolutely fantastic opportunity on the main straight to get that position back again. And he is having a look at it. Scott is not resisting. He is going to try and force him into a late braking maneuver. Look at how late the braking was from Woodwis. Beautiful as he hangs on to the place. That is absolutely perfect. And that has just thrown Darren Kirk completely off his game there. You make a big mistake like that when you're right in the mix of second position. And what an absolutely sensational battle this is turning out to be. I'd love to see another look at that just from the onboard of what happened with the Friction Racing car, what happened to Darren Kirk initially. It just seemed as though, again, we saw Scott Woodwis make a little mistake and run a little bit wide earlier on, but it just looked to me as though the Friction Racing car, Darren Kirk, it just looked as if he went a little bit wide.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it in a replay yet, but it looks like he made a mistake. It might have been to do with the BMW. Is it the Barracuda BMW? No, Scott's off. No, Scott's.
Oh no! Now it's Scott's turn. Wow, this is absolutely unbelievable. They're swapping positions. This is almost like Monaco 82 for second position. Neither of them seems to want to finish second place. But now Scott Woodwis has dropped it again. And LJ Garnett screaming on the YouTube chat, "Go Darren!" Well, he is back into second position once more. It's a real pendulum swinging between these two, and they need to be careful here because if they both keep dropping it, then eventually the fourth and fifth position battle could end up coming into play.
Yeah, the racing is crazy. I mean, there's people making mistakes all over the place. I think it might be better if the drivers just took a little bit off and managed to keep facing the right way. That might help a little bit.
It's difficult because these guys, you know, it's been a while, I think, since both of these cars have actually been in a position to actually battle for race position, and it has been very close between the two of them, and they've both got incredible abilities. They've both got something to prove here. They both want to prove they're the faster of the two Aston drivers of the two teams, and they also want to prove that, you know, they can actually last the distance and be out in front. Now, Radtech has given us a very interesting question. Can we have a weather forecast, please? We have got a weather forecast. We need to go and see if Dan Blake is running across to have a look at the weather forecast, so we can actually give you the forecast. When I last looked at it, though, Rad, having a listen there, what I can make from it is that the only time we're actually going to get any moisture on the circuit is probably around the 6 o'clock in the morning mark. There might be some light showers around dawn. Now that could be very interesting. Simply Race has just clarified on the chat there, only things teams can change are tyres, pressures and wing angle. That's it. So everything else is a statutory. Now the weather forecast, looking at what time we're at now, we're looking at 6 p.m. So it's basically going to be cloudy for the remainder of. It's only going to be maybe a slight bit of drizzle come 6 a.m. and then the sun should properly break in between the sort of 9 a.m. and 12 a.m. tomorrow, with temperatures climbing to about 29 degrees Celsius, about the same as they are now actually. So it's not predicted to be particularly torrential in terms of weather, but there might be some slight drizzle towards the 6 a.m. mark of the dawn. And into the pits comes the friction car. So Darren Kirk is boxing. So what is that going to be in terms of driver change? Is there going to be a change of driver there at Friction? We'll have a look. Woodwis continues on, and we know now that he is double stinting. So that could be the advantage that the Downforce team is looking for, as Arno Tine has continued on his way. Is that going to be a driver change? No, not quite yet. They're still quite early on in Arno's stint at the moment, so it's probably not going to happen just yet. But things still marching on for the Aston as it continues on in formation. But we're having some really exciting racing continuing on here as we are deep into the 5th hour, and into hour number 6 we will go within about 12 minutes. And Woodwis now comfortable on his own, and the Purple Helmets team have pitted in as well actually, so there's going to be a driver change for Purple Helmets as well, we believe. At least it's showing us that they're making a pit stop, so they should be doing so at the same time. But we're watching the Downforce Aston with the gorgeous livery. Now Scott Woodwis is going to have to remind me of the name of the... Oh, hang on. Hang on, the pizza has arrived. I'm sorry. This is terrible. Motor racing commentator, supposed to be professional. I just get distracted by food. This is appalling. Right, Radtech, how do you want us to mark this pizza? Out of 10, out of 100 for the percentage? Let me know. Let me know. No, I don't know what you're having. 7 or 8 very large pizzas have turned up. What are you having? Anyway. Simply Ace are in this lap for the penalty that they were awarded after that little bit of contact. There is Arnaud Tinet coming in for that 10-second penalty that was awarded to them after the contact with U Barracuda about 10 minutes ago. So Arnaud Tinet having to take the 10-second stop-and-go penalty. There they are in the pits. They're not going to lose the lead, but they might have lost the lap advantage. Yes, they have, because Scott Woodward has just gone past the pits in the Downforce Aston, so they are now on the lead lap, and I doubt it will be long before Friction Racing get to that point as well. Then they might not unlap themselves before Simply Ace come around, although Downforce Racing are now comfortably in second position as out of the pits goes Arnaud Tinet, and they are now on the lead lap. Downforce Racing about 1 minute and 17 away from the race lead, but still in P2. And Tom Brooks has spotted the pizza. Sorry, he just pointed at me very, very enthusiastically. It's pizza! It's pizza! So he's very excited. I think that might actually kick his voice back into gear, though, so fair play. It might be worth it. Actually, that's a point. Maybe we should take a breather. Oh, actually, Radtech has asked me, just as we're about to go for a break, rate the pizza out of 8. It's very unusual. Texture, flavour, size, and smell.
Well, they're massive. I can give you that. They are genuinely.
Size, they'll get an 8.
I think they're 18-inch. That's what I heard.
Yeah, oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, sir. So yes, we've got 4 different categories there to list this in. We'll do our best not to miss too much of the racing, but we'll take a preliminary look at that, and we'll come back in about 3.5 minutes. We won't be long. Don't worry.
Insert key, get rid of the mouse. Hit the insert key on the keyboard. See the insert is the one below. Insert or delete. No, yeah, one of those. It's a small thing, but it's used to get a feed of what you're doing. Yeah, what's one?
Right, okay, so you asked for the pizza ratings. No, trust me, you haven't wandered away from the Thrustmaster 24. You haven't, honestly. It is still going. But you wanted ratings on the pizza. Now, Radtech has been in touch. He asked us to mark it out of 8 for texture, flavour, size and smell. Well, on smell, it's really quite good, but it needs more. It needs more in terms of smell. The aroma, you can't really smell it from where we're currently sitting, and we're only about 4 meters away from it, so it needs a bit more. So 5, maybe 6 on smell if we're going out of 8.
Rating out of 8. Rate out of 8, I reckon it's a 5, solid 5 on a smell. It smells good, but it's not quite strong enough. Yes, you know, it's not quite that Domino's. Domino's have got that distinct smell. You can
aroma, yeah.
You know if someone's had Domino's hours after. This isn't quite that level, but it is not bad.
It's not bad. In terms of size, it's a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 8, yeah, because the slices are actually the size of my face, and I've got a big face, so yes, I said it. I'm happy to say it. It's fine. I take ownership. Yes, so the size is very, very, very large indeed. Any chance we can get some onboards? Brad, I hope you're talking about the cars, not the pizzas. The second thing is the texture. Now, I have to say the texture is very good. It's not too doughy, but it's not too over the top either. So I'd say a 7, pushing to the 8 there. And in terms of taste, yeah, it's an 8. It's an 8. We can't really fault it. It's bang on. I'm actually trying to figure out a way of kneeing Scott Woodward in the crotch and getting him on comms over here so that I can eat this pizza. But then he's in the car, so that's really quite a problem. So, yeah, I'll sort of... this is difficult, I have to say. I'm commentating while trying to eat pizza while it's still hot. No, we're not going to have to do that, Piers, because you've got a mouthful as well. That's... You finished... This is not going to work somehow. Where's Bradley Philpott when we need him? He's eating pizza as well. No, that's... He's stuffing his face. This isn't going to work, is it? Honestly, we're supposed to be commentating, and Tom Brooks, we're kind of letting Tom Brooks eat his slices of pizza because we need to see if there's a way of him bringing his voice back, and the pizza might just do it. It is quite spicy, so it might just work. No, actually, it's making it worse. Yes, Tommy. No, Tom, it is making it worse. You really can't do commentary today. So, have we lost the point? Yeah, take it. Yes, sorry. Jonathan Provost has just written, we need a pizza comparison photo, Jake. Pizza to face ratio. Okay, I haven't bitten into it yet. So, yeah, everybody deserves a look at this. So, yeah, look on Twitter, @Piers Pryor. He will tag Downforce Radio in it. I'll put it forward. So, this is brilliant radio, Piers. Yeah, which one is... Which one's the commentator? Right, where's your car? Right. It is absolutely huge, these slices of pizza. We will tag it on Twitter, @Piers Pryor. He'll tag Downforce Radio and the hashtag SR24. Oh, and me as well, yes. The pizza is as spicy as the... Do I detect some memes in that comment? Yes, there's definitely going to be a meme or 3. Yes, okay, fair enough. So there's definitely going to be a lot of interaction on that front. Right, where do we go from there? Oh yeah, we're racing, that's it. Yeah, racing. Endurance racing. Sports cars. Estoril. Thrustmaster 24. Good evening. Yes, we've just moved from the British Bake Off, and now we're getting back into motor racing on Downforce Radio and Simply Race YouTube channel. How are you all? Yes, there's still racing going on, and it's still going well for Simply Ace. They're out in front, 1:25 ahead of Downforce in the Aston. Posted, thank you. Friction Racing in the Aston are a lap adrift, but they're still in touch with the Downforce Aston, not too far away. Purple Helmets are in 4th position in the Ferrari. Then comes Team Misfits in 5th position in the Areca colours of their Viper. 6th is Team Race Logic. 7th position is still Mangoes Racing in their Porsche, as we ride on board with your race leader Arnaud Tinet in the Corvette C7R. They've led all but about 7 laps, I think, of the entirety of the race so far. 111 Ferrari is there in 8th place. Storming Camel in the BMW is still 9th in front of Barracuda. See, it sounds cooler with it sounds cooler than the oh no, Jonathan Provost. I see a Photoshop session coming on. I think Radtech is the one who's going to instigate it. That's worrying. Mission Motorsport in 11th place with Team Red Shirts having dropped down to 12th position a short while ago. 5 laps or so adrift. They've been involved in quite a few incidents recently, to be fair, so unfortunately they have fallen off the pace quite a lot, but I don't think they care anymore. They've seen the pizza, so I don't think that's important anymore. No, don't try and cut in on the commentary when you've got a mouthful, Piers. I don't want you to get indigestion before your stint. It's not a good idea, trust me. We've had the Misfits fall off, I think. Oh, that's not gone well. Friction Racing in the Aston, just having to avoid a couple of cars playing happy families there. That's the number 6 Ferrari, the 111, going off in unison with the red shirts Porsche. Let's have a look at that. Just as they're lapping the Aston, missing the braking point quite badly indeed, and that's the definition of brisker Formula 1 stock car qualifying there. So unfortunately the red shirts have kind of missed the point of braking at that particular point, and they've also missed the braking point. So they've done twice there, missed the braking point and the point of braking. So the Thrustmaster 24 continues with Simply Ace still out in first position, looking very strong, over a minute and a half in front of the downforce Aston with Scott Woodwis at the wheel, and things are still tagging along quite nicely for the midfielders, although the Ferraris look like they're going to come into play a little bit more in this one. The purple helmets are half a second slower than Friction Racing. We're on board with Friction Racing's man Darren Kirk at the moment. Or is it Darren Kirk, actually? No, it's back to Dean Prescott again. So that last pit stop, they actually made a driver change, and that is the Race Logic Ferrari. That could have been nasty, and that's held up Dean Prescott a little bit. And that's going to cause a little bit of a headache as far as he's concerned. There's a bit of a tank slapper. Ferrari heading for the pits by the look of it. Yes, we're coming in, or either that or just moving well out of the way. But the Race Logic Ferrari not having the greatest of days now, dropping to 6th position, so still fairly in contention, but now they have boxed. So they are in the pits. The Mangoes Racing Porsche should not overtake them in that pit stop. There are a couple of laps adrift. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue as far as we can car can do 10 laps adrift. And then we have the BMW of Storm and Camel, the U-Barracuda Porsche, the Mission just moved up into 11th place, and then the team Porsche. We're on board again with Arnaud Tinet. That is the Mangoes car in front of us, the boys from the MSV Track Days Trophy, and some great drivers they have on board there as well. Oh, just a little bit too much curve, and that actually put Arnaud Tinet a little bit off his balance there as well. That could have been very nasty. Both of them could have been in the barriers from that one. So they're just about getting through okay, but I would like to see the Mangoes car move aside and let Simply Ace go as soon as they have an opportunity to. But fair play from all 3 of the drivers in Simply Ace. They really have kept this pace going pretty much throughout, Piers. It looks as if they've got things pretty sweet at the moment.
Yeah, they obviously know what they're doing. They're well in the lead, and they did a nice move on the back row over there. Yeah, I was going back to the picture on Twitter of Jake and the pizza. I was just wondering how long someone's going to face swap it.
Somebody did ask behind me, which one's the commentator. Lovely. Right, back to the action. Appropriately enough, we've switched to the downforce car with many different insignia on it. It's great to have such support going into the 2016 season with the Henry Surtees Foundation on there, Intrepid UK, the Karting Magazine, the Motorsport Collective, BRSCC. We're going to get there eventually. We'll get through all the names that are on there, but then I keep forgetting them because they keep changing to a different car. It's the way. The purple helmets, Ferrari, 4th position, trying to chase down the Friction Racing Aston at present, and doing a fine job of it, it has to be said. They're not doing too bad, and they're keeping the pace up as much as they can. Given the circumstances, there is a lot riding on this set stint with the purple helmets. They're trying to get well away from these guys, the Team Misfits, in the colours of the Viper, the Eureka Viper, as Tom Brooks is currently dosing a very strong spice that he's trying to sort out there, but hopefully it might get his vocal cords back into operation, and he can take over from me so I can eat my pizza. No, I'm just joking. It's not. Oh well, no, he's still sounding far too much like Barry Cryer to do anything at the moment. So we'll give him some booze and then he can finish the ensemble. Right, through the left-hander and up to the right-hander of Parabolica comes the Misfits Viper, still putting in very hard indeed. Now, we've had a very interesting comment come through on the YouTube feed. Is there a damage model in R Factor 2? I have seen a few cars hit the wall in the race, but do they take damage? Now, Simply Race has responded straight away. Damage is off for the race, but yes, there is a damage model, and I have to say I'm glad they've taken the damage off, because one trip for me in the car and our race would be over. Similar to that. Mind you, a couple of incidents we've had so far in the race, if the damage model had been on, the race leaders would currently be out. after that massive accident they had with the red shirts Porsche a short while ago. That would have ended their race pretty much on the spot.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly different psychological mentality when there's no damage, because you can sort of dive for those moves. You know, if you make a bit of contact, then you're not going to have to spend 5 to 10 minutes in the pits.
You are going to have to spend at least 45 seconds.
Well, yeah.
If you were the one at blame, anyway.
Well, yeah, I know, but a lot of people have hit the walls and possibly may not have done if they knew that damage was on. Who knows?
No, who cares? Yeah, it's not the best mentality to be a racing driver, is it? Down the straight towards the tight right-hander, up the inside, the red shirts Porsche causing a few issues for the Mangoes Porsche. And once again, that has really turned into a bit of a nightmare. And I have to say, that was a bit of a Luca Badua moment there from the red shirts Porsche, it has to be said. So I wouldn't, a bit tacky and newish, Stan Blake, yes, I wouldn't recommend that too often. We're going to see the replay. Look, the Mangoes Porsche, to be fair though to the red shirts Porsche team, they didn't really have much of an option because the Mangoes Porsche went for the smallest gap in history. Let's have a look at it again. Let's have a look down the inside. Here comes the Mangoes Porsche, right down the inside, and then slams on the brakes. The red shirts Porsche wasn't really prepared for it, but even having said that, to be fair, they should really have been moving out of the way anyway. And yeah, it's a difficult one. I don't know with that one. It's a tough one to call. But I think the race control are going to call that one as a racing incident, apparently. So no further action is going to be taken on that one. To be fair, I think that one is one of those rare incidents where it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. And off again goes the red shirts Porsche. Clearly, Estoril is not an interesting enough layout for the red shirts Porsche team, and they need to redefine it as they've pushed the boundaries just a little bit too far in the last couple of laps. Radtech, is there a chance of a 12-hour or 6-hour race further into the year? Well, seeing as how we've got Ben Turner standing near us, that's an interesting question to ask you, Ben. Is there a chance of a 6-hour or 12-hour?
Maybe. That's what I'm going to say. I think it's kind of proved how popular the endurance format is, and having you guys down here has really helped with that. If there's demand, then I'm sure we'll be able to kind of fill one on, for sure.
Well, at least half a dozen people on the YouTube who have obviously got a demand for it. They're shouting for it, Ben. Your product's all right.
It's all right, is it?
It's all right, we like it.
Okay, very good. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think obviously the new sort of Thrustmaster equipment and stuff is really kind of helping with that as well. If as I say, if there's demand for it, then we'll put feelers out, and I'm sure we'll update everyone very soon.
Yes, Ben, thank you very much. So, yeah, interesting stuff going on there. Tom Brooks has got enough of a vocal cord to give me a breather. I could actually have some pizza. This is very kind of you.
Only for a short amount of time, you do understand, of course. Yes, I would, because there's not much left. Good evening, hello, welcome along. This is the Thrustmaster 24. We're here at the Simply Race venue in Milton Keynes. My name is Tom Brooks. I don't normally sound like this. I'm a tad croaky. To my left is Piers Bry, who's eating pizza, so we'll leave him be at the moment. But what a fascinating race it's been so far, and brilliantly led, of course, by the... sorry, forgive me. Friction Racing are in third at the moment, who we're looking at. Second place, of course, is Downforce Racing. And out in front, of course, is the Simply Race outfit. Sorry, we're getting all sorts of bits and bobs going on here. But yes, brilliant job done by all. Even those who are further down the order, it's been a cracking race so far. Been great to have spectators on, and unfortunately I'll be out in the car later on, which will be very interesting to see indeed. And you've had your stint there, Piers, as well, and of course as the night time sets in, it's really where endurance racing becomes alive.
Yeah, it's about to go dusk. The shadows are getting quite long now, and there's obviously in our Factor 2 there and here at Simply Race, there's real-time progression, and it goes seamlessly from day to night. Sun moves around. The problem might occur when the sun goes in the driver's eyes quite soon. As you said, I did my 2-hour stint. Although I'm not sure which is more of an endurance, doing my double stint or eating this 2 slices of this pizza, because it is quite filling.
What do you mean? I tell you what, I had 2 slices of pizza and I was thinking, God, it's like you know, like a normal size one that you get from a supermarket or something along the lines of that. It was quite nice though, I have to say. Currently looking at the number 11 car at the moment. That is the Mangoes Racing Porsche, and just behind them is the Ferrari. Coming down into the hairpin. Very difficult hairpin. That caught out a lot of drivers so far today. Third gear, do you think it's the weight transfer, Piers, that's catching people out on the downshifts?
It's quite a difficult corner because it starts off quite tight and then opens on the exit but then crests as well. So to get the power on early, the car is quite twitchy on exit, and that can be quite hard to handle.
Yes, indeed. Race control update from the Simply Races. You'll see on the live chat if you're watching this. Pizza update. Race control got another slice. Always good to know. Fantastic. So Simply Ace down in front with 192 laps completed. Friction Racing, we've got Simply Ace now in the pit lane as well. So they're going to be potentially going for a driver change, or are they? He's eating a pizza. It's difficult to tell. I think you caught that a bit better than I did there, though, Piers. So it's downforce down in the pit lane then. So that's Scott's taking on some new tyres and some more fuel.
Scott's just taken a pit stop, and he's on his second stint now. He'll do another copy back now. And then I think he's changed now after that. So brace yourself in now.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how things go. So two drivers, or two teams rather, I should say, both in the same lap as one another. You can see there with the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. Friction Racing and Downforce Racing sitting in second and third place. They had a couple of exchanges of position earlier on during Scott Wilkes' stint, who is currently in the car, as we said, just going to the pit lane now. And he had an off-track excursion, did Scott, but got back on and managed to overtake the Friction Racing car, but a lap later, unfortunately, all came undone for Scott. Sitting in fourth place, you can see purple helmets there, and then comes Team Misfits a few laps down. Team Race Logic, a team we thought would be very strong going into this event. Unfortunately, it's proven to be quite difficult for them, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we are on board, of course, with the Mission Motorsport Aston Martin, closely followed by the Viper. So the Friction Racing Aston Martin, I should say, rather closely followed by the Viper. Obviously the 911, they go very slowly, actually, the number 2, which is the Team Red Shirts car. Of course, we saw having a few offs a couple of laps ago. That Dodge Viper, a very nice looking car behind the wheel of the Team Misfits. We're on board with it now, coming through into the third gear right-hander. This is probably my favourite part of the lap, actually, where the drag sort of goes uphill. You go into the right-hand, so a great flowing blind corner, and then you come down to go into a left-hander, very different left-hander, and one of those ones that's always a bit tighter, or you think it might be a bit tighter than it actually is, and you can carry a lot more speed through there. About 70 miles an hour on the apex, open it up, keep the tight line, and then on to the main straight once again to start another lap, just going past the Mission Motorsports Aston Martin there. Great on-board shot we're seeing here, the headlights are now on. Dusk begins to set in. Jake Sandstall will be next out in the Team Downforce Radio Aston Martin. He'll be out fairly soon, which will be good to see. After him, it could be potentially Dan Blake, but it could be myself. We'll wait and see how things go there. Good to see that. I think that the pizza's all been eaten as well, so in case you were worrying about that, no need to. But under 18 hours and 50 minutes remaining here at Estoril. And all the gaps seemingly settling down, everyone keeping a nice controlled rhythm, which is good to see. It's all important for endurance racing. But that Dodge Viper, the number 10, currently sitting there in 5th position. Team Race Logic, you can see the lap times there of Team Misfits. Their best lap has been a 1:33.9. Team Race Logic 2/10 behind, and Purple Helmet in being number 4, just 600ths ahead. So very consistent lap times here, it appears, from all the teams, and really good to see that everyone's sort of settling down now into that rhythm. The cars are nice and spread out on the track, and it's good for those who have just come out onto a stint to get some clean laps in.
Yeah, it's spread out a bit now, and everyone's, as you said, going into their own rhythm, which is good for all the drivers. We're looking at the Viper, we were looking at the Viper, now looking at some gravel. There we go, there's the Viper back. But yeah, everyone's, as you said, everyone's going. As you can see, Scott, just looked at Scott, Scott's doing very well, and now there's more with the Simply. It's going to dusk, so it's going to be hard to get behind it with the sun. And going into night time, I think Jake is out on the first stint, and
that's the Porsche going off the track. That would be, it is Team Red Shirts, number 2 outfit. So let's have a look at the replay of that. Then in towards turn 2, we're on board with the car, and into turn 3. Oh dear, just completely outplaying himself straight to the seat of the accident, unfortunately for the Porsche. now back out on track, but nonetheless that'll be a bit of a confidence knock for them, allowing the Friction Racing car to go squirreling on through as well. Friction Racing was a lap ahead, or a few laps ahead of that Porsche, so it's not necessarily relevant for position, but for track position. On board with Scott Woodward in the Downforce Racing Aston Martin GT3 car. It's on a nice comfortable gap to the purple helmets. They're in 4th place as well. Here we are then with the purple helmets. There's a lap behind the Downforce radio car. Thanks to some handiwork from John Monroe and Piers Pryor. And Scott himself, of course. Red Tech asks on the live stream on the video, says what's everybody drinking to get through the night? No energy drink sponsor, he says. A comment from Red Tech on the live stream. He says, what's everyone drinking to get through the night? No energy drink sponsors.
No sponsor, but unfortunately, Dan Blake has bought a 24-pack of KX from Tesco on the way here from our team. So I think we need to get up in the middle of the night. I'm sure we'll be buzzing and ready to go.
There we are.
So in effect, Dan is our energy drink sponsor.
There we are, fantastic. So sponsored by Dan Blake is what will be for this event then on that basis. Other brands are available, of course. Looking on board with the number 12 outfit, that's the Simply Ace Corvette, of course. Lovely livery there. Just going into that left-handed hairpin, I mentioned a few laps ago that drivers are really being caught out by, but everyone holding on very nicely, which is really good to see. In towards the right-handed hairpin is Simply Ace number 12. Best lap is 6/10 quicker than the Friction Racing number 8 in 2nd place, and 1.3 seconds quicker than our car, the Downforce Radio Racing Aston Martin. Just under 18 3/4 hours remaining of the race. If there's anything you'd like to ask, by the way, do feel free to get in touch via our live chat on the Simply Race 24 stream. Myself, Tom Brooks, in the commentary box, and Dan Blake, as well as Piers Pryor, who's just come back. So fantastic to have so much company as well, and I'm sure we'll get some interviews going on later on in the broadcast as nighttime hits and the racing begins to settle down even more. No threat of rain so far. We have seen potentially on the old forecast there, Piers, chance of a few showers in the early parts of the morning, but generally looking okay.
Yeah, as we covered a little while earlier, about sunrise. Sunrise is about 6:30, and it's due to rain, possibly drizzle about 6 a.m. So just as the sun's rising, the track will be damp and will be probably be on slicks or inters or wets. We'll have to wait and see. It's only a forecast after all, so it might not rain, or it might rain heavier earlier. Who knows?
That's it. Let's wait and see. It's all a waiting game at the moment. Love that Corvette on the overrun, fantastic. Mango's racing there in 7th position, 111 Motorsport in 8th, Storming Camel in 9th, and Barracuda rounding out the top 10 with Mission Motorsport and Team Red Shirts not that far behind. There's the Friction Racing number 2, the number 8 car in 2nd position, I should say, rather. Just on the latter part of their lap. Fantastic, and delighted to be able to welcome along Mike Epps and Callum Crooks as well here in the Simply Race at 24. That's welcome along to both Mike and great to have you both along. So how's it been out there? First Callum in the car.
It's been really good, so it's good on fuel. It's a bit heavy in the corners.
Oh, sorry to go in front of you there, Callum. Massive slide into there for the number 4. Fortunately, not too much damage on the car there by the looks of things, but sorry, as you were.
Yeah, it's a bit heavy in the corner. Even down straight, it's got so much fuel, it's doing absolutely flyers. So we need some higher gear, so less fuel. It's just, it's really nice package.
Fantastic. And what about yourself there, Mike?
Yeah, well, I think it is self-explanatory, isn't it? It seems to be going pretty nicely. We've got Arnu as our, I guess, effectively a kind of gentlemanly driver in the car. We've got it seems to be helping together quite well. We've had a couple of cups with a little bit of contact sometimes, but they're certainly coming together well. I'm hoping to, maintain a nice lead throughout the night.
And of course, the 90s really where endurance racing comes alive and comes into its own. So, what sort of things are you guys expected to be able to later in the race?
I'm looking to be out to about half second. It's simulated, so they will be going to the evenings session. So I'm doing about an hour still, so I'll be out just
Fantastic, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for coming in, much appreciated. Fantastic. So things going quite nicely at the moment, and racing sort of settling down now as well, which is really sort of good to see, and becoming a little bit calmer than it was. It was a bit frantic earlier on, and settling down to that rhythm of endurance racing. How important is that, though, especially in these 24-hour races, just to find that rhythm and find that groove?
yeah, you really need to be in the groove, especially with your lines, and just not taking too much curb, not taking it out in the tyres. You've got to make the fuel last, so you want to be shifting a bit early, maybe into the turns where your mid kind of speed is third, mid fourth. So yeah, but it's just really nice to just get in there, get a rhythm going, and like we agree, it's all about just consistency at the end of the day.
Fantastic. And Mike, I can see you're wearing a Team Hard jacket. Let's ask you, what's your involvement with Team Hard?
Well, I've been driving for them for about a year now. We literally last minute in 2015 went for a Volkswagen Cup drive, and it was after a single-seater racing in America, which had not really turned out fabulously at the end of the day. So we came back over here and took a new route, so to speak, and it's certainly gone well. We've got a nice situation set up this year, so hoping to improve on that and just stick within the team and just take the pathways up. They've ventured into British GT now, and their touring car prospects are looking good too. So it's all looking nice.
Just looking there at the Friction Racing Aston Martin getting past the Team Red Shirts Porsche. The Porsche looks to have been a bit of a handful on track today, none more so than the Viper, however. So it's all been pretty interesting out there. Now at the 200 lap mark for the Simply Ace team. So we've surpassed the milestone. A right smile from Mike Epps on my left. And you can understand that. With the Friction Racing car. Still on the same lap as the Downforce Racing Aston Martin as well, so the two British marks on the same lap as one another, albeit quite a few seconds apart on track. And next out in the Downforce Racing Aston Martin will of course be Jake Sanson, so looking forward to seeing how he will on from commentary over to racing. Just further down there in the top 10, Uber Akuda, the another fine outfit sitting there in 10th position. Further up is Storming Camel, they're a couple of laps ahead. What a name, Storming Camel, who'd thought of it? Honestly, sitting there, the number 4 in 9th position at the moment. There comes Triple One Motorsport, a far more sensible name if you ask me, currently in position at the moment. There's the V-Box Ferrari, the Team Race Logic outfit, the number 6. We're sitting back in, or was it the number 7 rather, sitting back in 6th position, I should say, 7 laps behind, unfortunately, to their Team Misfits, who are in 5th position, just a lap behind them, so still fairly close on track at least. Fantastic. I can see Jake Sanson over there at the Downforce Radio Simulator just sort of taking stock of things and getting an idea as to how not to go around how to go around the circuit and not crash.
Sometimes there's just planning to be coming to track today, which it does happen. Normally, comes off, so yeah, well, that's great about sim racing. The costs are extremely massive. You have to pay. Yeah, it's so much fun to watch. And yeah, it's great just to come down there and just chill with some friends and do some really cool racing. So.
Well, the fun part is, of course, that is the main element to it, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fun is what it is, and you know, you sit there and you think, wow, this is about as realistic as you can get without jumping in car and paying £7,000. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
Absolutely, just seeing the red shirts Porsche go off there once again. On board now from the cockpit view with 911. Here's an instant, just completely overshooting their braking point. Very easy to do so. Pretty easy to do though. We've seen quite a few drivers going up there throughout the course of the race, Mike, and it seems like quite a difficult corner for people to master.
Yeah, it's one of the corners where I've followed people in, and they've not really come out in front of me, so it's somewhat kind of funny to watch. One is about you're sort of like, oh, okay, bye then. Yeah, they're just rolling off, but I guess it's easy to misjudge braking. Plus we've got the mission bonus as well, using low pedal, obviously, steering wheel, so it's really cool to see, but definitely have found a couple of them been struggling their braking. So hopefully by the end of the rounds, I think they'll have got
Very nicely done. There we are, you see, all good things take time, as the saying goes. Just going into turn 2, and then up the hill into turn 3. I have to say, this is a corner I was personally quite struggling with a lot with in qualifying this turn 3. It was obviously it's a blind entry, essentially. I mean, how different of a corner would you say that would be entry?
Turn 3 is difficult. I mean, some people are using third in our team, some people are using second maybe because the bike has got the turn. But yeah, it's I found, especially turn 3 and turn 4 especially, the curb is really useful there. You get some good grip for it. Say coming out here out of turn 1, you need some of the curb, but so again, the big curve is here in turn 2. You can really monster that curve. Sometimes, you know, if the car bottoms out, you don't end up with nothing else. So, but yeah, you can use quite a lot of curbing, keep tight to the line like the Ferraris here, and then coming to turn 4, just keep really patient on the gas and then open it up. Goes third, fourth, about 6 for turn 5.
Fantastic. And of course, all the cars are generally designed to be quite equal here today. That's the idea of the racing. But what would you say the pros and cons of each car? So I assume you've all tested pretty much all of them. Let's go for you first. Like, what do you think the sort of pros and cons of each car are really more than anything from a technical perspective?
Well, originally we were testing the Aston, which was a comfy car. It's better under the brakes than the car we're using, as far as I'm concerned. We never tested the Ferrari, but we did then back-to-back it with the Corvette and found that we were able to make it last a little bit longer, a little bit more predictable in terms of driving, just for me and Brad. And Arnu seems to be happy now with a slightly higher TC setting. So, yeah, pros and cons are certainly, all the cars are similar, but they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. So ours seems to be a bit of an all-rounder, while, say, the Aston would perhaps be a bit more nimble, but some of them are struggling to make it last. So, I mean, I think things are quite close by the looks of it between some of the, the top 4 for sure, especially in a race this long, to have them within laps of each other still. It could get quite interesting with a few penalties, and overnight, people fall asleep and people, it's sim racing. You haven't got the benefit of adrenaline and G-force and everything else to keep you awake. So it'd be really interesting to see how we're all doing at 5 in the morning.
I imagine you'll probably be in better shape than I will be.
I don't know. We'll see.
They're more of a voice than I will at 5 in the morning.
That's very true. However, there's only 3 of us in our team, so we've really taken on, a minimum of 8 hours each if we're thinking on equal measures. So, and that looks like how it's going to go. But if me and Brad have to take over because of Arnu getting too tired, or etc., it's definitely going to wear us out. So, yeah, hangover lunch tomorrow is going to be good, I think.
Fantastic. And have you sort of done the endurance racing before, Charlie?
Callum.
Sorry, apologies, terrible.
Yeah, I've done the only 24-hour race I've done, or endurance race I've done, have been actual races. So a sim race is definitely different. Your eyes do strain a bit from the screen, but for probably turn the brightness down a lot, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I did a few tests here about 2 weeks ago, and it was, it's starting to hurt my eyes a bit, but that was after a long day. I've been working with SWB Motorsport that day, and in Formula Fords, and it was quite a tiring day. But yeah, it seems to be going quite well. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see when night falls how the car is, and how. Oh dearie me, that's our leaders going off, I believe. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I haven't really. The Corvette looks fantastically, sorted. Oh, Viper's quick. I really want to have a look at that Z4 BMW because that really looks quite cool, even though it's not doing too well. But still, the Porsches look quite a handful, unfortunately. But the Viper, for us, it's fantastic, really. So, yeah, really, really enjoying it.
Here we are, just seeing an instant on track at the moment between the 111 Motorsport Ferrari, I believe, and the Simply Ace Corvette. And would you say that was kind of a racing incident, or do you think that the Ferrari shut the door there?
I think the Ferrari shut the door. Probably should have bailed out. I mean, it would show blue flags in the cockpit of the car, so just turning a bit too much. Maybe Arnie was a bit eager there, but it's a portion blame on the Ferrari, unfortunately. But there you go, that's endurance racing at its best, but thankfully it's a sim racing, not a real race. So
you're looking at several thousands of pounds worth of damage.
Oh Christ, yeah, it would be immense costs there, so it's very nice to see the Aston now having a Ferrari.
Yes, indeed. So Racing Troll are looking into that incident. It was actually the number 6 Ferrari I was referring to, of course, the 111 Motorsport car. On board with the Friction Motorsport Aston Martin, just going through turn 3. So 2, I should say, into turn 3. Very nicely done from the Friction car. Up the hill, over to the right hand side of the track, find the braking point, down into second gear for the hairpin. Downforce Racing there in 3rd position at the moment. Their best lap of 1:33.814, 900ths better than the Purple Helmets team. Friction Racing 7/10 quicker than Downforce Racing. So that's overall, of course, not necessarily representative of their last lap, but I believe that Scott Woodward will be coming in fairly shortly for Jake Sanson to take over with his first shift behind the wheel, which we're looking forward to immensely. It's going to be very good fun. Nice to hear from Nuno Abreu. Forgive me for the pronunciation on that one there, Nuno. On the YouTube live stream. Says, go Bradley, hello from Portugal. Always great to hear some support. Fantastic to have you along, by the way. If you are watching, it is the Thrustmaster 24 from Simply Race in Milton Keynes. My name's Tom Brooks. I'm here, well, on commentary until somebody else comes back, really. More than anything, it gives me a chance for my vocal cords to have a rest. Looking there at the Viper, of course, of Team Misfits, and it's a very nice sounding car, I have to say. From
it's just in the cockpit as well. It sounds just mega. I mean, on this view here, it just especially when you go past the pit wall, for some reason it echoes a bit, and it just sounds absolutely brilliant. So it's just an awesome piece of it, really, isn't it?
Fantastic. And are you quite pleased with the turnout here at Simply Race today?
I am, yeah. I mean, it says 40 drivers, but I see a lot more than that. I mean, it's absolutely packed. I mean, the race style is just fantastic. Drivers briefing, having everybody around. So, really, really, really cool. I mean, I'm sure if we had all teams had 8 drivers, I mean, obviously the Simply Ace team only have 3 drivers, but if everybody had 8, then it would be absolutely packed. I don't know if you'd be able to move in it, but it's fantastic. I mean, just brilliant.
Fantastic. And of course, Simply Ace only running 3 drivers. Do you think that will hinder them later in the race? And of course, because they'll have to make twice as many pit stops pretty much as everybody else.
I'm waiting to find out. I'm waiting to see some very black eyes in their pit box at the end. But it's been Brad and Epps are both very fit and alert people. So, and same with Arnu as well. So they're looking pretty good at the moment. I mean, some teams they've got tons of equipment and energy drinks. So. I mean, the KFC's across the road's doing us proud, and the pizza we've been delivered. So, it's people are just going to settle down now. I think it's going to 10 o'clock. Everybody's going to be pretty knackered. It's very dark out now. I mean, it's still light on TV, so yeah, we're just going to enjoy the night stint and see what happens from there.
It's quite dark in here anyway, but it's quite off-putting. I've just looked outside and seen the reflection of myself in the window.
Yeah, it's very black around here. It gets dark quite quick. Thankfully, Estoril isn't so much so. The shadows are getting longer, but it seems that we're going to have night around our time, around 8 o'clock, I believe. So during my stint, it looks. So yeah, it'll be great fun. I just want to give a shout out to my family, hello, and I believe Ash Miller, who was supposed to race with us, but unfortunately work pulled him away, so he's watching in France in La Rochelle. So I'll just give a shout out to him. But yeah, it's going to be great.
Well, brilliant. Thank you very much, Lake. Great to have you along.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
No problem at all. There we are. Fantastic. Look forward to it. Fantastic. We'll have Callum back later on, I'm sure, in the broadcast. 18 hours and 25 minutes remain of the Thrustmaster. 24 hours of an Estoril here at Simply Race in Milton Keynes. A very croaky Tom Brooks here with you on commentary. Sorry about that. Onto the radio show with no voice as well. Woke up and 6 in the morning. Trusted downstairs. Obviously, you never talk to yourself really in the morning, do you? Or do you really? Wandered downstairs. Opened the microphone for the first time at the radio station. And lo and behold, found I had no voice. Similar to what I was experiencing now, really, more than anything. But there we are. Can't have it all, I guess. All good. Fantastic camera work, I've got to say. Oh, goodness gracious me. That's the number 12 Simply race car going into the side of one of the GT3 cars. That was the Porsche. Let's have a look at the onboard here. So they're on board with the number 12 of the Simply Race Corvette. In towards turn 1. And oh, goodness. That was a very strange incident, wasn't it? Seemed to dart off to the right-hand side of the track, unfortunately. All sorted out, however, and minor damage done at least. So 209 laps completed by the Simply Ace outfits. 1 minute and 30 seconds back is Friction Racing now. So Friction Racing, who I believe were a lap behind not so long ago, are now just under a lap behind because of that incident, and are now on the lead, the lead lap, as it were, compared to Simply Ace, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Meanwhile, speaking of people that's fantastic to see, Jake Sanson, are you going to be back out on? Are you going to be out on track fairly shortly?
I'm not entirely sure. I need to double check that, but I know that the next stint is meant to be me, so I might just go and have a check. And if I'm not, then I'll come back and join you.
Thank you very much for that, because my vocal cords could use a rest.
Yeah, they certainly sound like they could. I'll see what I can do.
Oh dear, thank you. He's a kind man, honestly. Speaking of Downforce Radio, you're looking at the Downforce Radio racing car, the number 3 outfit, just going through their hairpin there. And through the right-hander. Fantastic camera shots we're getting here. Credit to the race control and the directors. Fantastic job that they are doing. But everyone's settling into that rhythm now, settling down, settling very nicely, and driving very well as well. Hopefully we'll get some more drivers into the commentary position later on, and we'll be able to have a few words with them, which will be fantastic. We'll look forward to that. Purple helmets, you can see they're just behind the Downforce Radio racing car. Though they are similar on track, in track position, they are actually a lap behind Downforce Radio Racing. So, good to see that Downforce sitting there in a nice comfortable third position when Jake does indeed eventually go out onto track. He'll have a nice comfortable cushion against the nearest competitor. Don't forget, by the way, you can tweet us as well if you're watching this live stream. Hashtag SR24. Tweet at Downforce Radio as well, or any of the other races that you've seen here today. Speaking of races, joined once again in the commentary division by Piers Pryor. Piers, what do you know?
Basically, Scott is he's had a few tough times with the back markers, but he's soldiering on. As I think we're on our own. I think we're a lap ahead in third of 4th place, and then about half a lap behind, or just over second place. So we're sort of settling down, I think is the word, before Jake joins the race after Scott's stint in about half an hour or so, I think.
Fantastic, brilliant to see. Looking there at the Purple Helmets car, very distinctive livery on that. You couldn't miss it even if you tried to look away. Wonderful looking car. Yeah, moving over to the Downforce radio car, you can see the distance on track between the two. Though of course they are a lap apart from one another. Just in front there is the Mission Motorsport Aston Martin. They're sitting there in 11th position, 24 laps down compared to the leaders. Had a tough time of the Mission Motorsports outfit. Of course, the only team here using hand controls and doing a very good job, it has to be said, given the circumstances. So coming down the main straight, heading in towards the first corner. Clipping the apex very nicely. A very competent and very nice line from the number 3.
I think the Mission Motorsport guys are having a bit of trouble actually with their hardware. I think they're running on the AI at the moment while they fix the hand controls, by the looks of it, on their rig, the simulator. I'm not sure what's going on. They're obviously having some issues because there's torches and then the race director seems to be on the floor trying to fix something.
Trying to keep you updated with that as and when more information comes in. Heading down into the hairpin for the Aston Martin, clearing the apex very nicely. As I keep mentioning, a corner that's caught a lot of people out so far. It's a very difficult, very technical circuit as well, and some people sort of think it's a bit of a Mickey Mouse circuit really, this one there appears. It's quite a stop-start in a lot of areas, and it doesn't really open up that much.
Yeah, it is quite a technical circuit. There's a lot of second and third gear corners, as you can probably see on the onboard right now. It is a lot about getting the car stopped, rotated, and then sort of getting the power early. There's not many really fast corners, apart from the last corner, which does sort of kill the tyres somewhat. It is quite a good circuit for racing now. There's quite plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it does put on some good racing because it is so hard to get right.
Fantastic. There we are, being joined by a couple of people. We've got someone from the Team Red Shirts outfit. We've got a driver change as well. Purple helmets, fantastic to see. So the Purple Helmets team have got Ian Redmond going into the car currently, rather I should say. And Barracuda are going to be having a driver change as well. I know, good heavens. Fantastic, and a couple of my friends have joined me as well, and brilliant to see. Oh, look, they've brought custard creams. Oh, fantastic. How nice of them. Thank you so much. Good heavens. I tell you what, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Piers Pryor for just a couple of moments. Piers.
I think this is the first time I've actually ever been the main commentator for a while Tom gets on with his custard creams and sorts his mates out. Anyway, we're currently on board with the Downforce radio car as he's chasing the Mission Motorsport car, which is currently on the AI, I think just because it's still being fixed. They're just testing it, actually, the works at the moment. I think they may have fixed the problem with that, actually. Scott is taking some good lap times and some consistent lap times for the Downforce radio team. He's got about 20 minutes left of the fuel in the car, and Jake is raring to go for his stint. He should be joining just when the sun sets. There's a Mission Motorsport car pulls over somewhat, I think, for the Downforce racing car. Oh no, maybe not. They're obviously still having some issues with that car as it is somewhat all over the racetrack. Got just a little over 18 hours left of the race now, so it's just nearly 6 hours in. We are rejoined by normal commentator who is much more practiced than this than me, Tom Brooks.
Don't be silly, you did a fine job. I was listening to you all the way. God, dear. You'll be taking my job over next week.
I can assure you, not for a little while at least. There was some silences in there, but I did my best.
Well done indeed, well done. Difficult circumstances, I'm sure. On board with the Downforce radio car, once again you can see the Porsche in the forefront of the shot there. That of course is the Barracuda outfit. What a name for a team that is. They've been having a bit of a hard time of it as of late, sitting bit further down the order than perhaps they would have liked, but doing a great job of getting out of the way of the downforce radio car, which is fantastic to see. Something that can leave a bit to be desired in some circumstances, but doing a very, very nice job from the Barracuda outfit. Into the left-hander, the final part of the lap, and that corner is one that definitely catches out a lot of people there, Piers, because it's one that you can take a lot more speed into than you really think.
Yeah, that second last corner, it really sets you up for the last corner, the parabolic onto the main straight. So it's one of the most important corners on the circuit, I think. If you miss the curve, then you get on the marbles as the track builds up, because as you know, there is a real road, so the rubber builds up on the racing line and marbles offline. Also, if you hit the curb, it's quite an aggressive curb, so it can throw you wide and then ruin your line through the last corner and lose you quite a lot of time. As I said, it's quite a technical track, and there's a lot of idiosyncrasies to work out before you can nail a lap, I think.
Yes, indeed. And everyone doing a great job of it so far. Racing sort of settling down now. We're into that comfortable stage really, where everyone's sort of setting fast and consistent lap times, and the field's spread out as well now. That's really important for consistent endurance races.
Actually, it looks like Friction Racing have actually just put themselves on the lead lap now. They're Simply Ace are about 10 seconds behind Friction Racing, although obviously Simply Ace are about a lap ahead as we change on board. Looks like we're getting a replay of an incident possibly. Just flicking around.
We've got a car in the pit lane though as well. I didn't quite catch who that was. Oh, we've got a car going off as well. Is that? It is.
It's the Mission Motorsport.
That's at the hairpin. So there. Good heavens, yeah, they've been having some problems with the Mission Motorsport outfit with their gear, because they are using hand controls. Of course, they're using the Thrustmaster Ferrari add-on wheel essentially for it.
I think the wheel's disconnected at one point, and they're adding it back on. And Ben Turner is making sure everything's going all right at the moment. He's making sure that the hand controls are all working, making sure it's in perfectly working order for the guys at Mission Motorsport to take over again very soon. As we have a very close zoomed-in shot of the BMW guys from.
Save your blushes, shall I? The BMW Z4, they're the team next to us, let's put it that way, in terms of where the simulators are placed. It is Storming Camel.
Storming Camel, I remember that from now.
It says on the graphic.
It does say on the graphic. I could have just looked at that, but no. You can tell I'm new to this, can't you? I'm not very good at this commentary.
Oh, you're doing a fine job, don't be so silly. Fantastic. Barracuda there, their best lap time, 300ths behind the BMW Z4 at the moment. Great to see the Porsche 911 there. It's a really...
The times are all so close. I mean, down to 10th and 11th place. The fastest lap's 1:35.8, and the fastest lap of the race has only been in the 33s. That's sort of 2 or 3 seconds covering the whole 12-car field. That's really close racing, considering the amount of drivers we have here in different cars and the circuit conditions as well. We're doing a really good job. It's a really competitive race, and just testament to how good the sims are. They can get that close, and the racing has just been incredible as well. You can see we're currently looking at the Friction Racing car about to overtake the Ferrari. The number 6 Ferrari of the
One Motors.
there in the end. I can't read.
Thank heavens for spotters, guys.
Good move down the inside there by the guys from racing. Obviously, very experienced sim racers they are, so they know exactly what they're doing.
Yes, indeed. Very, very nice to see. 18 hours and 13 minutes remaining of the race. Fantastic onboard shots here from the HQ at Simply Race. On board with the Friction Racing Aston Martin at the moment, the number 8. Lovely livery car. Oh, it's disappeared. Oh, no, hang on. It is back again. Oh, no, it's gone again. Where's it gone? Not entirely sure. Focusing on something else. Anyway, there's the purple helmets, number 9 car. Things are going all over the place at the moment regarding the live stream. Sorry about that. We'll try and do our best to get it fixed as soon as possible. I think things are coming back to normality. Just a momentary glitch in the matrix. Or is it? Wait and see how things go. A couple of things going wrong here, unfortunately. But we'll try and get that stream sorted for you as soon as possible. We are going to lose a visual on the stream for now, but as soon as we get it back, we will be able to commentate on the race as and when it happens. It's quite difficult from where we're sat in the commentary position. We get sort of a minor view of the simulators, but somewhat difficult otherwise, I'll be honest with you.
I think we're the impending arrival of Jake Sanson into the downforce racing car is probably going to be one of the main main attractions very shortly. I think there can't be much longer of Scott's double stint left. Jake's sitting there looking anxiously on as we're currently looking at the facilities here at Simply Race. As you can see in the background, the sims all line up against the walls, and then the desk where everyone can see. And to the right and the top right-hand corner of the screen there, you have the pod number 12 of that Simply Ace, who are leading the race currently by almost a lap, I think. If that's still the case as it was a minute or so ago. In the background, you can actually see the Downforce Radio team as well. In the white shirt is Jake Sanson sitting next to the in the sim, and Scott Woolworth. I think we are nearly getting our feedback, aren't we, Tom?
With a bit of luck, yeah. There are still a few issues going on, I believe, but they will be sorted fairly soon, I am sure. We thank you for sticking with us during this time. Thank you for listening to my ailing vocal cords as well. It's not easy doing this, I'll be honest with you, but needs must and all that. Got to pay the bills. So.
Yeah, of course, Tom. Of course, you're doing a sterling job considering you have probably less than one vocal cord left.
Yeah, vocal cord is the apt wording there, isn't it, really? Fantastic. See, Simply Ace now in the pits as well, by the looks of things. And also Friction Racing in the pit lane as well. They're on the lead lap of Friction Racing. Only just, though, by about 10 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out, actually, in front. Will Simply Ace be able to land them once again?
I don't know, actually. I think it probably lose their lead lap position, but I reckon Friction Racing still have the edge over us at Downforce Racing. The stream is imminently going to come back. Simply Racer keeping the YouTube live text chat updated with the progress, and hopefully we'll be back again with you soon. Yes, it looks like it. Is it Friction Racing are still in the pits at the moment, aren't they? Yes.
They are indeed. I believe that's how it's probably going to go, yes. Fantastic. Looking there at the Team Red Shirts, Porsche 911, the number 2 car. Doing a sterling job, sitting a bit further back in the order there with a lighted 12th position, but nonetheless performing absolutely admirably, it's got to be said. I think we've got a driver change as well, so let's take you through the drivers in the car so far. So Mission Motorsport is Chris Hunt. In Team Red Shirts, it is Aaron Groves. Downforce Radio, of course, Scott Woodward's still there, but we are expecting a driver change over to Jake Sanson fairly shortly. Storming Camel, it is, I believe that's Lester Cook. We've got Jordan C in the Barracuda outfit. Triple One Motorsport, we've got Jim Leake. Rob Fowler in the Race Logic team. And also we have in Friction, Dean Prescott. Purple helmets have got Ian Redman. Colin Talbot in the Misfits team. Mango's have got Jim Gibbs behind the wheel. And Simply Ace and now have Mike Epps behind the wheel. Mike Epps, of course, who we were chatting to earlier on in this broadcast, around about half an hour or so ago. He's now back out there, which is great to see.
Mike Epps, along with Brad Philpott, I think, who took pole position for this race by quite a considerable margin. How much do you know how much it was in the end? I can't remember. By pole position over us.
0.8 of a second, I believe.
Seconds, so quite a dominant performance in pole position. They're carrying on that sort of dominance into the race, but hopefully we'll be able to claw them back in again soon. They're, I think probably over a lap again in the lead now. A pit stop must be coming up soon for them. For those Simply Ace guys.
Yes, indeed. We've got Jake Sanson here, who's fiddling around with a couple of little bits and bobs. Jake, are you going out anytime soon?
I should be within the next sort of 15-20 minutes or so. We've just put in a protest against the Barracuda Porsche because they were defending really quite stupidly when they should have been moving over for the blue flags. We doubt there's going to be a penalty for them, but we just want to make the point.
Fair enough. Why on earth?
What?
No, you can't understand me, that's the problem. Don't worry.
Try again.
Doesn't matter. It's not a problem. It's fine. It doesn't.
Oh, okay.
It's irrelevant.
Oh,
it's
okay.
irrelevant.
It's not an elephant. It's a hippopotamus.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Sorry.
This is how it's going to be. Looking at the Mission Motorsport number 1 car. So we're not looking at the Mission Motorsport. We're looking at the Team Redline, or the Red Shirts Porsche, I should say it rather. I think we're going to hang of this. The Mission Motorsport car down there in 11th position. We saw earlier on actually that they were having a few problems, Jake, with their wheel. They've actually changed the wheel, disconnected, and they've now changed wheels, I believe, and now back out there.
That's right, yeah. They had an issue. I'm not entirely sure exactly what it was because we were focusing on Scott's shift. But hopefully we'll see them out at their full strength again. They seem to be going back quite well again, and actually the Mission Motorsport boys are improving a lot. Some of the other backmarkers, they're not doing as well. I think the tiredness is creeping in, but fair play to the Mission Motorsport boys. They're actually really improving as the night goes on. So I think we're going to see them get faster and faster. They're taking, a good 3-4 seconds out of their lap times over the course of. So I'm actually really impressed with the way they're going.
Fantastic, really great to see. We've also got the driver change from Friction Motorsport. David Robertson now into the car as the red shirts Porsche team go off once again and straight back on. But night time really sort of beginning to set in now, and I mean this game is pretty realistic, or this simulator, I should say, is pretty realistic. And will sort of the drop in temperature affect the grip levels, do we think, on track?
100% the drop in temperature will affect the grip levels. The as I said earlier, the real road, the R Factor 2, the sim platform we're running here at Simulator Race does have quite a complex engine that sort of compensates for the amount of rubber and the temperature of the track, and all those sort of different factors that would affect the cars in real life. As the sun goes down, we expect the track temperature to drop. Therefore, probably the tyre pressures will drop a little bit. So maybe need to put them up a bit, a little bit less grip, but then also maybe a little bit more engine power from the cooler air temperatures. As we expect the temperatures to go down from what they're about 24 degrees now, I think they are, down to probably 16, 15 degrees. Have a look at the weather forecast and see what the temperatures are overnight.
I'll let you have a look at that very quickly. No, I just want to say a quick hello to Glenn on the live YouTube chat. Hello, Glenn. Listening all the way in, or viewing all the way in, I should say, from California. Great to have you along. Thank you so much for taking the time to tune in this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, wherever it's, whatever time it is where you are there, Glenn. Great to have you along. It's Tom and Piers in the commentary box, and Piers has got far better vocal cords than I have at the moment, but Piers just checking over the weather forecast.
I don't know the temperatures overnight, actually, I don't think, but it does look like that the wind is actually scheduled to pick up overnight. I think, actually, it's sort of gone from a southerly wind. Is that something? Yeah, probably southerly wind, but it's been a southerly wind all actually started off as an easterly wind, and it's moving towards the south, and going to get stronger, so that might affect the line you take through a couple of the corners, because a bit of extra wind on the rear, quite a big rear wings on a few of these cars, so it might affect the handling, as we see the Porsche of I can't remember which Porsche. That is the red racing stripes. Go off into the barrier. I can never remember which car's which. I forget.
Just race them. That's fine. It doesn't matter what colour they are. Dear, oh dear. It was the team red shirts. Yeah, it's Porsche. Yeah, straight off into the barrier, unfortunately for them. But now back out onto track and performing okay. They've had a bit of a mare really of a time out and about on track there. Best lap time was a 39 flats, which is 4.9 seconds slower than their nearest rivals, unfortunately, on track. Mission Motorsport there with the 135.2, and Barracuda there, who are 6/10 slower than the Mission, than the Mission Motorsport outfit. Speaking of the Mission Motorsport outfit, great to see them on track at the moment and performing very, very nicely after their difficulties earlier on. The BMW Z4, we haven't really mentioned that much in the coverage so far. But sitting there very nicely is the Storming Camel number 4. They've claimed it was a bit of a handful to drive really more than anything, and yeah, fantastic to see that they're out and about on track, and delighted to say we now have custard creams as well, which is very nice. They're courtesy of a couple of my friends, Ben and Campbell, who've come all the way down from Scotland actually, and not necessarily just to watch the race. They've come to watch the race. They've come to do some go-karting tomorrow for a friend, and they're certainly very, very keen. And they said, "Oh, we'll come along, and we'll come and watch the racing tonight at Simply Race." And fair play to them.
Yeah, obviously you've got some friends come down. It's a spectator sport as well. You don't have to be involved to actually racing to come and be involved in the 24 hours here at Simply Race. You can come and spectate with all the screens we have up all around the place, as close to real life television broadcast as we can get. There's must be about 4 or 5 different screens around the place as we see the green Porsche of the Mangoes Racing take an interesting line through the corner at turn 2. They've been quite consistent today, and currently in 7th place, not far behind the team in 6th of Misfits. Their fastest lap actually is one of the faster of the race, of a 34.4. actually, the team in 8th, who are behind Mangoes, have got a fast lap of only a second off, but the consistency of Triple One Motorsport keeping them right in the hunt, I think. As the and that's the Porsche of. Oh, there's a big incident there as the BMW of Storm and Camel does force the Mangoes Racing Porsche into a spin. Unfortunately, there the driver in the Storm and Camel BMW seems to. Lester Cook, I think, is in the Storm and Camel BMW there. As we were rejoined by Tom Brooks, who
I've never seen someone hand microphones over to me so quickly. What went wrong?
I get lost what to say, Tom. I get lost without you. Lost without you.
Oh, dear. He's too kind. I pay him too much money for that. Anyway, you're watching the Simply Race 24 here at Milton Keynes, by the way. Great to have you along. I think we're going to see a live replay in just a few moments' time. Let's have a look. This was an incident. Must have been for the Porsche of number 11, which is the Mangoes Racing car. Let's have a look then. And it's the BMW Z4 in the forefront. Oh, no, just too eager on the power out of that hairpin. I've been saying that throughout the entirety of my time in the commentary box. And oh, goodness gracious. The number 11 there following it straight into the scene of the accident, Piers, and just the concertina effect. Really.
Yeah, it was just the Team Camel Racing BMW, Storm and Camel Racing BMW just got out of shape and got a bit of a tank slapper and lost it on the exit. And then the Porsche of the Mangoes Racing don't think any contact was made. It was just in avoiding action, sent themselves into a spin, but got going again quickly.
Yes, indeed, and keeping things back under wraps now as well, which is good to see. And continuing onwards very nicely, there is the Porsche 911 of the Team Red Shirts outfit, the number 2. Everything's settling down now, all the cars pretty evenly spaced out on track. There's there and thereabouts a lap between the cars. Let's have a look then at, I thought we were going to go for a replay there almost of the Team Red Shirts car, but no, we're just fast forwarding through the stream up until the present time. I believe Jake Santa's going to be out in the car fairly imminently, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. There we are, fantastic. So
a quarter of the way through the race as we just go on 17 hours 59 minutes to go now. So we've managed a quarter of the race without too many major incidents from anyone really. We've had a few minor incidents and spins all over the place, and with the Mission Racing guys, we've had a couple of hardware issues. But apart from that, we've had a pretty smooth race so far, I'd say.
Say that's when it all goes wrong.
I'm probably jinxed it now. I don't know the commentator's cursor. Although I can't say I'm a commentator, so hopefully that won't be the case as we currently look at the Downforce Racing car. Hopefully I won't have jinxed it.
Let's hope not. Dear oh dear, there's the Purple Helmets car, the number 9. Sitting there very nice, the Purple Helmets car. I've got Ian Redmond behind the wheel at the moment. I think he's been behind the wheel of that car for around about 20 minutes or so not too long. But keeping things on the straight and narrow, just setting consistent lap times, not necessarily fast lap times, but consistency is certainly the key. Up the hill, into the left-hander goes the Ferrari 458. It's a nice looking car, that I have to say, and it's a very nice sounding one as well. Very high revving. Any questions, by the way, you'd like to ask us, you can ask us in the YouTube live chat. Do feel free if there's anything you want to know about the stream, about Simply Race here at Milton Keynes, anything about Downforce Radio, we're more than happy to answer it for you. Or if you want to tweet us as well, alternatively you can on Downforce Radio, hashtag SR24, just use that hashtag, you'll find your tweets on there, and we're more than happy to give them an answer for you. We've also now got Mission Motorsport, I believe, in the pit.
Yes, is that Mission Motorsport? I think it might be the
V-Box car, apologies.
It's a V-Box Blue Ferrari of the Team Race Logic guys. They've actually come in for a pit stop, but they're probably going for a driver change, I reckon. Not confirmed yet, but they'll probably go for a driver change. We're on board with the Dodge Viper now of the team from Team Misfits. They're having a good run of it. They were actually quite high up at the beginning of the race. Slipped down a little bit, but clawing their way back now.
Very nicely done too. Great onboard shot here. 5th gear, just up to 6th and then breaking down into 3rd gear. Some opting to take that in 3rd, others opting to take that hairpin in 2nd. Depends on the engine breakage, depends on the torque of the car really as to what gear you can take it in. But very, very nicely done indeed there from the Dodge Viper. Clean and consistent lines. Question we've got from LJ Gardens, I believe that says, do you have any spare custard creams? I don't have any. Sorry, LJ. We do, but we're in Milton Keynes, so if you want to make the journey down to Sydney Race, I'll happily give you a custard cream or 5. However, mail order, they'll probably have gone off by the time we get a chance to send it to you, really. You know, I mean, maybe Jaffa Cakes probably wouldn't.
Maybe Jaffa Cakes wouldn't. Who knows? Who knows? There's many biscuits available, and you know, you just take your pick really.
So, well, is it Jaffa Cakes a biscuit, isn't it? Or is it a cake? Is it a biscuit or a cake?
Biscuits go soft and cakes go hard, so we'll have to leave one out and find out at some point. If anyone knows in the group chat, then in the text chat, then do let us know.
Yeah, these are all the important questions we need to answer during the 24-hour race at Milton Keynes. Or at Estoril, rather, I should say. We're based at Milton Keynes. That makes a bit more sense. Dear oh dear. 6-hour drive, well worth it, says LJ Carnett. Absolutely. Oh, I know he saved Scott some pizza. There's pizza left. Yes, John, we saved you pizza. Yes, unintentionally saved you pizza. Of course we did. God dear. Ryan Ferris has got in touch and said I've seen Sanson on Forza and I'm worried, but I'm hoping he was sandbagging. I have to say, given Jake's pace earlier on, actually, I mean, he got a lot better as the session went on and rapidly improved. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares out and about there on track. He said he's not expecting blistering times, but consistency is what he wants.
He said he wants to be consistent and safe as he's striving to bring the car back in one piece, so to speak. That's his aim. He was chipping away at the times in practice, and it's been nearly 7-8 hours since he's been in the car now. So we'll have to wait and see how he fares. He can't be long now since Jake's in the car. He must. I've been saying that for about an hour now, but as the red shirt's Porsche goes off and nearly takes off, Scott always in the downforce car. But yeah, it looks like he's gone past safely. But who knows what Jake could bring to the team? He might be the dark horse team and bring some blistering pace which no one was expecting. Maybe he was sandbag.
Maybe he was. Maybe he was fooling all of us, going off track and having spins and stuff like that. It's a possibility. You never know. Wait and see how it goes. I tell you what, I'm going to have to get Dan Blake to take. Jake sandbag Sanson, says John Monroe. Wait and see. I love his optimism, John. John will be back here about 8 o'clock. Hopefully we'll get him to jump on comms soon as well. Oh, it's the, I believe that was the Porsche going off track of Barracuda at the final corner. Don't think it clipped the barrier, but it was a very nasty incident. Nonetheless, a nice trip through the gravel, and could have been a lot worse, but nonetheless, cutting their losses. On board with the purple helmets car, the number 9. Sitting there very comfortably in 4th position at the moment. 2 laps now behind Downforce Racing, but of course that'll turn into 1 lap after after Downforce's pit stop for a driver change. Hopefully we'll get Scott Woodward on commentary duties after his stint as well, which will be very nice to see. So not too much fuel left by the sounds of things for
apparently from our correspondent from the track, Dan Blake. He said 13 litres, that must be about, I don't know, must be about 5 laps, something like that, 4 or 5 laps. Actually, yeah, about 4 laps left, so that's probably about 5-6 minutes until Jake Sanson is in the car. Jake the Sandbag Sanson, as John Munro coined it.
Jake Sandbagston, that's what I'm calling that. Sandbagston. You probably can understand that because my voice went so high that only dogs could hear it. On board with the Simply Ace car, now switching over and further down the order we go. As the Team Misfits car takes a lot of curve on the inside of turn 2, up into turn 3. This is where it's catching a lot of drivers out, and you can see there, I believe that's the Simply Ace Corvette. Yeah, Kristen Curly Worley.
They've just had a driver change to Kristen Curly. Christian is with his nickname obviously Curly Worley. Just joined the car and a bit stop, so hopefully he'll do some nice lap time stuff. That did.
Tell you what I'm going to do now, though. I'm going to hand you over to the reliable hands of Dan Blake, because I know Dan does a bit of commentary. Dan, I'm going to hand you over to you because my vocal cords are absolutely shot.
Yes, thank you very much, Tom. Did you do that? Oh, that's better. So yes, it is me, Dan Blake, alongside Piers Pryor for the 24 hours, the Thrustmaster 24 hours of Estoril. Jake Sanson getting his air guitar ready, psyching himself up for a stint. If you could only see this, it would be classic meme material. But yes, it would. But yeah, at the moment, Downforce Racing in third position with Scott Woodwist behind the wheel, but not for too much longer. The track's getting a little bit darker, as it would do as the day turns in tonight, as One Direction famously sung, and Scott Wood is nearly on the grass there. But Scott has got a couple more laps before handing over to Jake Sanson, but in the lead is still the Simply Ace team, and they have Simply Aced this so far. Oh. We must have a failure.
We've had a message from Rantec saying, is Epps getting back into the Simply Ace car next? I think he's...
Yes, he is. Yeah, Michael Epps in the car at the moment, as we know, on code 62. And as you see there, 62 mile an hour at the top speed. And can we figure out which car it is who has the issue? Oh, it's a car they're going a bit faster, I think. Oh, no, it's not. It's just in the high gear. And that's the 12th place car there. Code 62 in force. The first one of the race so far. And get to the quarter mark. It just shows how reliable these sims have been. All 12 of them. To have our first problem to happen. This is quite... And that's like the car in the garage there. And that would be the one that's in trouble. But we'll go... Well, we've got this code 62. We'll quickly go through the leaderboard. And at the moment, of course, it is the team of Simply Ace who have the lead at the moment. That's the team of Michael Epps, Bradley Philpott, and Tinay. Second place, we have Friction Racing at the moment. With third place, Downforce Racing. And then in fourth place is Purple Helmets. So you can see their cars on 62 miles an hour. Must feel very, very slow to the drivers. They're used to going a bit more faster than this.
Yeah, we're going speeding at nearly 160 on the straight, so we're race pace, so must feel very slow.
Oh yeah, it must feel slow indeed.
Yeah, so Simply Ace first.
Friction Racing, Downforce Racing. Can people pit under code 62? I think it's in the rule books, isn't it?
You can put under code 62, but it's a 30-second extra wait how to take in the pits.
Yeah.
I think everyone is choosing to stay out at the moment, what we've seen so far.
But interesting thing though is, with Scott Woodwist's fuel situation, he may have to come in under this code 62, although he will be saving fuel as our spotter's guide goes spinning off of the table. Piers putting it back up for me. Thank you very much, Piers. But yeah, fifth place is Team Race Logic. Sixth is Team Misfits. Seventh from Mangoes Racing. Eighth, Triple One Motorsport. In ninth place is Stormy and Camel. And in 10th place is Uwe Barracuda. And Friction Racing have gone off. Friction Racing, it looks like I've had an off under code 62. This is interesting. The second place car, drama here at the Simply Race. Friction Racing seem to have stopped in the gravel.
They must have had a mechanical of some sort on this sim because they don't seem to be getting going again.
Yeah, that's another mechanical problem. It looks like a code 62. We're having a spate of issues, it looks like at the moment. Are they trying to get going again? It's Friction Racing. It looks like it's out of it's trying to get out of the gravel. And the Downforce Racing car is going to go past and take second place. So under code 62, Downforce Racing have taken second place. Bad luck for Friction Racing, but Scott Woodward in a Downforce car won't probably make a harder overtake, well, an easier overtake, shall I say, in his whole sim racing career. As a replay, are you seeing it on your screen now? Actually, we'll look at it on the screen. But Scott Woodward's taking second place. And it stopped. Scott has stopped the Downforce Racing car, and I think what's happened is race control may have told the drivers to stop where they are on track, They have, yeah. So the race control have told all drivers to stop their vehicles at the moment. So Simply Ace, we are under a temporary red flag, it looks like, in a way. The clock will still tick down, though. Red flag, red flag. Although the time will keep on going, I believe. So, yeah. So at the moment, we are under red flag conditions here at the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, with the Friction racing car having a problem. Friction did not lose the position before the red. They lost it before the red flag came out.
It was a code 62.
Red flag, yeah. So a bit of a people stopping. So yeah, we weren't expecting a red flag, but we've got one here, and Simply Ace are in the lead. Second place now is Downforce. Third place Friction Racing. Fourth Purple Helmets. Fifth is Team Race Logic. Sixth Team Misfits. Seventh Mangoes Racing. Eighth for Triple One Motorsport. Ninth is a BMW Z4, a Storming Camel. Ooh, Barracuda in 10th place. 11th place is Mission Motorsport. And in 12th place is Team Red Shirts. Now, Piers, with the red flag here, well, do you think the drivers might find it a little difficult to get back into race pace? Because obviously they would have been finding a bit of a rhythm, but now it's had to be stopped.
Yes, red flag means that everyone is stopped on circuit where they are, so that when we resume racing, no one has gained or lost anything, I think. It'll be a bit difficult for the drivers to get back into swing of things, possibly, because obviously all the tyres would have cooled down, the engines would have cooled down. Not sure about the fuel situation, because we were quite low on fuel, weren't we, Jake?
Yeah, Jake's here as well. And Jake, what do you think the situation is at the moment? You seem to have spoken a bit to race control.
Well, yes, we had a word with, excuse me, we did have a word with race control. Basically, two of the pods have died simultaneously, which is why basically we've had to bring out the red flags. It's kind of come at a sort of a natural moment for us, because it means that Scott was just about to pit anyway, so it now means that I'm going to be getting straight into the car pretty much as soon as his current lap is over. But it's difficult. It's a difficult situation. I think it's only going to be about, maybe 3-4 minutes more at most before we're racing again. But it just, because this now stumbling block for a lot of people's strategies. It breaks up the rhythm. It breaks up the flow. I'm just trying possibly can before I get the car. Reacting, still in the right mindset for getting in the car. But, yeah, it definitely breaks things up a little bit. It's tensions are high. A couple of incidents in the last hour or so, but should be okay. But I'm just trying to focus on not getting too overexcited about the red flag or anything like that. Just trying to focus on my stint coming up.
So yeah, that is Downforce CEO Jake Sanson getting ready to get into that Aston Martin. So that's something else that's been brought up, is about turning off the engine. Obviously, these cars are going to overheat if they're left on. That could be a problem.
I don't think it's overheating. I think the fact that Scott and the Downforce team have got very low fuel, they were going to put on the lap. But if we sit here too long under the on circuit with the engine running, we're going to run out of fuel and end up with a big problem, I think.
Oh, that would be a huge problem.
That would be a huge problem, actually. I think I better go and help sort that, actually, if you could carry on.
Yeah, that's fine. So Pierce is going to go and help. We may have a bit of a situation here, unfortunately, for Downforce, where they might run out of fuel if they're stuck too long there, which won't be good at all. We don't know. That's to